Hello, good morning, and welcome. This is the 7th and final day of action here in the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Mystic Lakes Water Ski Club, just outside of Maize in Kansas. And joining me here, as always, is Zane Nicholson. How you doing?
Good, Tony. Great to be here. It's the last day of the 80th Goode Water Ski Nationals, so we have made it through the week-long of skiing, all but through the week-long of skiing. So we got our last day. I'm looking forward to some big slalom scores today on the slalom lake.
Yes, and you've got the slalom webcast, and I've got the tricks and jump webcast, and equally excited to see what transpires there as well. We've got a whole slate of skiing. For my part, there's the schedule up on the screen there for those of you that are watching the tricks and the jump webcast. We're going to start with women's trick to get things running. And there is Vince there with the 1s and 2s for this webcast, and for the slalom webcast, it is Kelvin Kelm. Beautiful sunrise, as you can see there, as we've been treated to every single day since we've been here. The women's 5 tricking competition will start in about less than 10 minutes. And the slalom webcast, what event do you have to get up and running first?
So, Tony, we'll start today with our women's 2 slalom event. We also got men's 1 slalom, a little bit of masters men's slalom, and we're going to end the day outright with the men's 2 slalom. So it's going to be a big day of slalom scores. So looking forward to it for everybody tuning in with me today on the slalom lake.
Right you are, and all that action to come in the 7th and final day of action here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, brought to you as a title sponsor by Goode. We have other great sponsors, as you can see directly below me right now. We have Conley, D3, Eagle, Radar Skis Syndicate, along with OJ Props, USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Ski Safe, Visit Central Florida, and we couldn't have the National Championships without our boat providers in the form of Mastercraft, Malibu, and Nautique. All right then, folks, less than 10 minutes to go. The 7th and final day of action will take place right after these.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers, such as myself, are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then we are about to go on to the tricks event. It's going to be a women's 5 trick. We're going to start with Talifa Powell. Then we'll move on with Jenny Rivers, Sani Kovacs, and the remainder of the list. Right, let's see what she's got in store for us on pass number 1. Setting up the boat speed, 2 22nd runs. This is Talifa Powell. Here she goes. She's going to try and get a surface turn or 2 outside the wake. Skiing on what I believe to be a good MK1, an enlarged model of your typical trick ski, which gives some of our competitors. So, all right then. That was Talifa Powell on pass number 1, and we will return right after this.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, just back in time with Talifa Powell. Women's 5 trick. Let's see if she's got anything more with the remaining pass. Oh, there we go. There's a side slide. Let's see if she's got anything similar to a side slide reverse coming up. There is Talifa going through, trying to flip the ski around, and just a little tensive out there, one would fancy. And that will conclude our effort. And we'll bring on our next competitor, Jenny Rivers, as we continue on women's 5 trick next. All right, here we go. This is Jenny Rivers. Getting set for first of 2 runs, skiing away from the sun, so that's why she's silhouetted out for pass number 1. These lakes run east to west. I think it's probably fair to say that she's taken the lead at this point. Keeping the handle down. Let's see if, good bit of elevation there. Should get the wake front, and we'll have a look at the instant replay. Skiing with the shades on, looking rather stylish, but there is a function to that, because she'll be coming back for pass number 2. She'll be skiing directly into the bright, blinding sun. As we look at her attempt another wake trick, we will return to her right after this. Continuing on, we've got the second competitor in women's 5 tricks in this, the 7th and final day of competition at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Here she comes, and this is where those sunglasses come into their own. Sides in each direction. Let's see if she's got the 180 to the back. Not quite enough rotation there, but certainly more than enough there with the half wrap back. Left foot forward skier. Tends to turn easier on the left-hand side, like that. And I think that would just about do it as she skis into dock. Jenny Rivers. So looking okay for the most part of this run. And we'll bring on our next competitor in just a few seconds. It should be Kisani Kovacs right after this.
Looks good, gets that big backsiding turn on two-ball.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, here we go. This is Sandy Kovacs on pass number 1. Couple of side slides, back and the front. There's the reverse back and reverse front. Some surface back-to-backs before she winds it on with the wake front and then the wake back from outside to in. There is a surface 5 to the front and surface 5 to the back, and doing a grand job there with those moves. That's Sandy Kovacs, skiing out of the southern region, a resident of Orlando in Florida, and tricked 950 points in the Southern Regionals. And in the Goode National Championships last season, tricked 660 points in Women's 4. She's now in Women's 5. Sandy Kovacs. Decent elevation there. And looking good with the spins. And she stops right there, and we will take a break right here.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Sandy Kovacs on the water right now, going with toe tricks. There's the toe back and the toe front. Attempted the toe back. Didn't quite have enough balance to recover and go for the toe front. So there we go. That is Sandy Kovacs. Goes with the toe side slide, which she performed okay. Went to the back and just didn't hold that toe leg next to that standing leg close enough. All right, so next skier, Diana Ollinger, coming up next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, here we go. Diana Ollinger. Getting ready on pass number 1. And good solid effort. Good skiing there from Diana there in women's 5 tricks. Getting all the way through the opener. Good solid effort there with those handle tricks. Keeping a good firm grip of that handle with the surface moves. As long as she does that, then she's always got a chance of standing up all the way through while performing all of the tricks that she has earmarked for the run. Dinah Ollinger tricking all the way through to the end, and nice looking trick. The reverse wake back, reverse wake front. All right, we're going to see her coming into the course. A little bit of excitement in there in the boat, a little bit of applause, and we'll be back right after this. Oh no, we're actually going to go straight in to pass number 2. No delay around the turn whatsoever. Here comes Dinah Ollinger. There's the toe side and the reverse. And actually looking pretty good with toe tricks, as a matter of fact. Comes in as the number 4 seed nationally into this competition. Dinah Ollinger tricking all the way through. So good, solid skiing effort there from Diana, from Annapolis in Maryland. Skied 1,520 points at the Maryland State Championship and 1,080 in the Eastern Region Championships to clinch the women's 5 championship in the tricks event. Toe wake back looked a little slidey, but the toe wake front certainly had the necessary height for it to score. Reverse toe back, good rotation, allows the ski to fully rotate round before she goes back to the front. And yep, all the way through, no worries there for Diana, who comes to us out of Maryland. And now we'll go on to Kate Naffler for her first of 2 22nd runs, and here she is behind the Nautique towboat. Kate Naffler. Coming to us out of Princeton in Minnesota. Seems to be getting a lot of her surface spins out of the way before she heads over to the wake with that wake back to back. Let's see if she can come through with the reverse, and unfortunately missing the top of the wake with that turn. So Kate Naffler in women's 5 tricks, going down on the reverse wake back to back.
Free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Kate Naffler, who's tricked a fair amount this season. Actually quite a bit if we take a look at all of her tournaments that she skied in. Midwest Championship, she tricked 1,280 points. Last year's National, she scored 1,040 points to take 6th place in women's 4. She's in women's 5 now, and will return to her second pass right after this. returning to action with Kate Naffler. Ooh, and pulling up a little bit high on that reverse toe slide and going down as a result. She'll swim in, and probably not one of her better performances in the national championships. Probably had a little bit of trouble seeing with the bright light in front of her, skiing towards the east. There we go, that's the regular toe side. And then just tried to hike that ski round and unfortunately doesn't quite get it. So, Kelly Sharosh is our next competitor, and we'll see her trick next. Coming to us out of Stewart in Florida. Here we go. Kelly Sharosh, who's tricked at 29.90 so far this season. Tricked in the Midwest Regional Championships this season and didn't place, but she tricked 1,100 points in that effort in those regionals. The tricking scores have ranged around about the 2,500 points. And there we go. That is a good effort all the way through on pass number one. She went with the toe 5 back. Good rotation there, keeping the foot very, very close and allowing her to guide that ski around without too many troubles whatsoever.
Really what's happening there on that offside turn is she's not getting a reach. I mean, her arm is straight and she's getting it out, but she's not reaching. She just lets go and lets the boat take what it's going to take. She needs to actually give it a reach out into 135, and that'll get that ski to turn a little bit better. Get her up over her front foot.
Just looking at this once again. All right, so toe tricks towards the end. We should be right on time to bring you her second and final 20-second pass in just a moment or so. This is the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We're into the 7th and final day's worth of a competition. Certainly had a lot of thrills, a lot of excitement, one or two spills as well. Those of you that saw men's 5 jumping yesterday will know exactly what I mean by that. And you can watch all of the events as they transpired over the last few days by going to each day's webcast player, whether it be on Lake 2 or Lake 1, and also of the America's Cup Invitational competition as well, which was an absolute humdinger. Kelly Sharosh. Trying to work her way out, keeping the knee going over the line. No worries there with these particular moves, and getting all the way on 2 passes. So well done to her. She's the number 2 seeded skier in women's 5 tricks. And even the driver's having trouble seeing out in front of the windshield. Kelly, for her part, doesn't look at all distracted. Actually feeling more of the wake going up it before turning, which is always the best practice with tricking. Especially for something like a wake line back and the remaining tricks in that sequence, which included the wake line front right about here. So Kelly Sharash. So all the way through to the end. Tristina Lindsay out of Martinville in Texas is our last skier to go in the women's 5 competition. Tricked 28.60 at the Holy Cow Cup. South Central Regional Championships. She tricked 23.60 to win that event. Very quick there with the wake line O, and just not on her best form there with the wake line back. Got a little bogged down, as a matter of fact, with the wake line O, which kind of distracted her a little bit and overextended too soon on that wake line back, and in she goes. All right, we'll see Tina Lindsay come in for pass number 2 in just a moment.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Here comes Tina Lindsay, second and final 22nd pass. Going straight with toes, opting not to redo the handle run, even though she had the option to do that. Toe wake back and toe wake front. There's a couple of toe side slides. Let's see if she can do the toe wrap in. She can, but unfortunately unable to ride that one out. That is Tina Lindsay rounding off the women's 5 competition. looking very good with the toes, and she had to get this here because she fell on about a second trick on with the weight climb back on pass number 1. Good elevation there. Just keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg. Managing to get the rotation to the front, but just not quite the balance. All right, we've got Eric Lee in Masters Men Tricks, the only competitor in that division. Eric Lee, a legend in the Tricks event. And going down about halfway through the pass of hand moves. Wake 5 front out of the wrap to start things off. So, and with that wake trick just coming up a little bit short on the landing. Trick to 3,100 points in last year's Nationals, and we'll see him on pass number 2 right after this. All right, here comes Eric Lee, second and final 22nd pass, toe tricks. Toe O to start, then goes into the toe wake. Bouncing around there with the toe tricks. Not always advisable, but he seems to make it work for him, including that reverse toe back to back. Holds on to the toe reverse and toe wake back to back, letting him down a little bit towards the end. We'll take a look at the instant replay and see Eric Lee out of San Diego, California, work his way through these moves. Trick to 2760 at the Western Regionals. And as Eric Lee works his way through this particular run, we'll see what his points total will be. We'll try and keep an eye on those. All right, looks like we got another skier coming in. It's going to be a women's one, Mandy Lawson. Going in with some surface tricks. Getting off to a very, very quick pace. And falling about 3/4 of the way through that run. There is Mandy Lawson falling halfway through, a big old smile, and we will resume with her tricking right after this.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
All right then, folks, we've just seen Mandy Lawson attempt to go through her opening pass in women's one tricks. We'll see if she's got anything left with the second and final pass. I believe it's going to be essentially a repeat. Oh, there we go. There's the wake back. Oh, and letting the handle get away from her in the in that pass of that second pass of hand tricks, and going down rather quickly on the second move. The wake back and getting blown over the tip of the ski on the wake front. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy.
All right, working our way through, we've got Rachel Washburn. Oh, just look at how quickly she executes those turns. Well aware that it's only 20 seconds of time that she has from the start of her first move past the red buoy. All right. Rachel Washburn getting through that opener, coming to us out of Vancouver in Washington. All right, so looking at some of her tricking scores in the Western Regionals, scored 970 points. And only tricked in one other competition. That was the Mint Lake Open. And got over 1,000 points for her effort there on that event. And we'll see her ski on pass number 2 right after this.
Camera's not on me yet. Okay. No, it's fun when somebody does something.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Here's Rachel Washburn on pass number 2. A couple of surface spins before she puts the toe foot on. Toe back, toe front, looking very sprightly indeed. Up over the wall and just trying to recover that move, that toe wake back. But looked pretty good with the surface turns on pass number 1 and looking equally well balanced here. Rachel Washburn. So Rachel Washburn, looking at this, the toe back and toe front, which that looks stable enough right from the beginning. And did all right up until that point. Oh, and just completely released out of the ski. So with Rachel Washburn done, we'll go on to our next competitor. It should be Anna Pryor. Coming to us out of Louisville in Colorado. In the South Central Regional Championships, scored a 1,390 point effort. That's her best showing of the season. Competed in a number of collegiate tournaments where she registered scores, including last season's collegiate nationals, where she represented Ohio State and scored 560 points there. So Anna Pryor, the personal best is 1,390 points, and we'll take a look at the instant replay and see how far she got along with this one. So keeping that handle down well and truly throughout a good portion of that run. Therefore allowing her to work her way up to that fall. And we'll return with her in just a moment. So returning with Anna Pryor. Looks like it's going to be with some toe tricks. Started off with 1 or 2 surface moves. Toe back and toe front. There's the toe side, and just couldn't quite get the balance right with that move. Anna Pryor, she'll be swimming into shore as a result of that effort. And Anna Pryor, who's looked pretty decent there, but just lost her balance and lost that trick. So we'll continue on. Carly Scholl, coming to us out of Missouri, is next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Okay, working her way in towards the tricking course. It's going to be Carly Scholl out of Hartville in Missouri. Has tricked as high as 2,080 points over the course of this season. Has only tricked twice in competition. The only other time was at the Midwest Regional, where she tricked 1,380 points. All right. A great effort there on pass number 1, doing all the tricks that she wanted to on pass number 1. Standing up all the way through. Just really working the arms and the elbows into the side. Head down a little bit on 1 or 2 of those moves, but it was able to recover adequately and can continue to roll.
All right, here we go. 22 off, 34 miles an hour. This is Jasmine coming in.
And working her way through that run, and we'll return with her momentarily. Yeah, a little bit of a fist bump there.
On this 34 mile an hour pass, so that's going to be 6 buoys at 22 off. So we're going to bring Jasmine in. This will be 28 off coming back.
All right, here we are. Second and final 20-second pass. It is going to be Carly Scholl. Trying to work that toe foot in. And there she is, her toe back and toe front. Reverse, a couple of toe sides. The initial one, the reverse, of course. Toe weight back and toe weight front. Wasn't quite sure that she got the elevation to make one of those trick scores, so she did that again. She had enough time to do it. And there's Carly Shaw with the reverse toe back to represent the end of her effort. There we go, with toe tricks looking in pretty good shape. All right, and we go to the next break. All right, here we are. We've got Sage Popbecker. Waco to start. More known for being a slalom skier. As a matter of fact, she is the women's national slalom champion in this category of women's one. Won that via a runoff situation yesterday. Sage Popbecker out of Avon. Actually, Morris, Connecticut, I beg your pardon. And working her way through that run. The Eastern Region Women's One Tricking Champion with 2110 points, 2,110. Competes for the Raging Cajuns at Louisiana Lafayette during the collegiate season. So looking at Sage Popbecker, just keeping that handle very, very smartly close to her. So that is a Sage Popbecker on pass number one, and we'll rejoin her in just a moment. So here we go. This is Sage Popbecker. Keeping a good eye on this. There you go with toe tricks. Doesn't have an awful lot of tricks to work with aside from that handle pass and what you saw there with toes. Tends to slalom more than tricks. Drops the hand a little bit there and see what more she has. There we go with the toe back, toe back and toe front. Crushes that wake there with the toe wake back and the toe wake front. And with a side slide or two. There you go, and she stops tricking around about that point. So good skiing there from Sage Potbecker. Very, very consistent. All right, next competitor up is her teammate at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. It will be Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Down there in South Florida.
Oh, look at this. Good surface turn to the end and preceded it with a whole flurry of handle tricks. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski, who competed at the U17 World Championships last season and also the U21s, the World Championship level. Competed in the Eastern region for the regional championship there, in which he tricked 23.90, originally out of Toledo in Ohio. And called upon to trick for the Raging Cajuns on a number of occasions, and tricking around 12.90 points. We'll be back right after this.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are.
All right, second and final 20-second pass. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Oh, look at that. Tries to go with the wrapping toe-o at the end. Not very smooth with the pull, and that's the reason why she fell with that one. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Trying to keep everything moving forward. Keeping everything moving forward, including with that toe back, reverse toe back, and goes there with the reverse toe back to back. Then she tries the toe-o into wrap, but didn't quite get the toe foot in the back of her standing leg to ride that one out. Right, we've got 5 trickers to go in women's 1. Next tricker to go should be Chelsea Newman.
Oh, good. Oh, after you.
Out of McDonald in Tennessee, this is Chelsea Newman. Getting into a pretty good tempo right off the bat. Wake 5 front. A couple of side slides, and has got some surface moves, and there you go. Out of the volunteer state of Tennessee, although she skis for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College during the course of the collegiate season. tricked 25.50 at the Southern Regionals within the last week or so. Last season, she tricked 25.40 points in Women's 1 competition in the Goode Nationals.
That's what she did, though. She rolled in the turn, and she didn't wait on the line. She started hitting too hard, but she'll be your new leader. 135 off.
All right, so we continue to monitor the trick in here for Chelsea Newman. I think she's probably still a little shaken up after what she saw father do yesterday in the form of the men's 5 jumping event. Took an uncharacteristic crash out the front. This just barely minutes after seeing Randy Sturper take an absolutely horrific jumping fall yesterday. I mean, you can catch some of that action should you want to from yesterday's webcast on our YouTube player for day 6 on Lake 2. Chelsea Newman, for her part, getting in not too deep with that pass of toe tricks. That is Chelsea Newman. So Chelsea just letting that toe foot come away from her body and was in a non-recoverable situation from that point onwards. All right, we've got 4 more skiers to go in Women's 1. We have Amanda Luchvaga-Rose coming up next. Amanda Luchvaga-Rose, number 4 ranked skier going into this event, coming to us out of Lake St. Louis in Missouri. Here comes Amanda Luchvaga-Rose. Good setup there with the Waco. There we go, keeping the handle down and in and getting a good rotation. Oh, nicely done with that particular effort. Amanda Luchvaga-Rose. Good, solid effort all the way through to the end of pass number 1.
This is our 3rd seeded skier, so we got 2 skiers after this. This is Carrie McClure out of Ohio, looking good as she's rounding 3 over to 4 as she makes her way to 6. And there you go. That's a 28 off pass there for Carrie McClure. So she's going to get to try this 32 off pass.
All right, so we've just seen Amanda Lutzwager-Rose getting through for the most part, and we'll be back with her right after this. Coming in with toe tricks for the second and final 20-second run that she has at her disposal. Toe wake back and toe wake front, all almost rolling out the back there. Going for the surface toe back-to-backs. Just about managing to keep her balance up to a certain point, and ski releasing from her and sliding off. Looking quite impressive, I would have to say.
We'll get 35 off. Carrie McClure. It's more than one if she wants to take the lead. From Megan Lambert.
And there we go, falling towards the end there in the ski releasing, and we'll see our next competitor, Brooke Boskus, next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, so coming in, Brooke Boskus out of Elkins in Arkansas. Here we go, Brooke Boskus. Working that wake line back, and line front and line back. Wake line front, and goes for the surface O with the 1 foot out of the ski. Just absolutely throwing everything into that one. We'll see what she does with her toe tricks coming back. So keeping an eye, just really working. Really working those turns well. Good elevation. Does she go for the surface O? Yeah, she's going to give it a go. Does that without the foot in the back binding. Nicely done, and we'll return with her right after this.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, returning with Brooke Boskus in just a moment or so. Looked very smart there with the handle tricks. We'll see if she's got something by way of an encore with toes. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Zane Nicholson. Zane has the slalom webcast. I have the remaining tricking events and the remaining jump events of this day 7. Toe 5 back. Good elevation there with the toe wake back to back. Skiing there, toe wake line back, not getting all the way up the wake, rotating over the line, but she certainly gave it her best shot. No two ways about that. We get down to our final 2 competitors in women's 1 trick. We'll see Alyssa Drake go last out, but before her it'll be Sophia Jancic.
Nice pass.
Riding out the wake just a little bit behind a ski with that toe wake O, and that precipitated the fall on the toe wake line back, and we will go on to our next competitor right after these.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
So going on to our penultimate skier in women's 1. This is Sophia Jancic. who's tricked close to 5,000 points without going over that mark in the June Paradise Lake competition. In the Midwest Regional, she tricked 47.80. Look at that toe 5 front, keeping the good tension with the line. Then goes outside the wake, toe wake line back, missing out on the toe wake O because she didn't grab onto the line and attempt that particular trick towards the end, bulked out on that one in favor of doing the toe wake line back. And look at Sophia Janzig, that toe foot very close to the standing leg. Aside from the times where she needs it to be out to pull into to the back for something like this, almost moved away out the back. But then she did a smart move, bulked out of that attempt to the toe wake ho, and then went outside the wake and did a toe wake line back. Back with more right after this.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing.
All right then. Working away to our second pass of our penultimate skier in the women's one. This is Sophia Janzig. Good, efficient toe, actually step sequence at the beginning of that run, precipitated by the wake line 5 front. There we go, that's the wake 5 front. Waco's at the end. Doesn't have any flips in this run, but a little bit of a wry smile towards the end there. Probably knows that that's enough to at least keep her in contention for the national title, but probably not her best trick performance of the season either. Wake line O to get things up and running, and then just worked her way through these moves, the step sequence, before the remainder of the pass, which consisted of hand tricks.
This is women's 2 slalom this morning. We were in our last skier. Have a runoff for a medal position. Right now it's a tie for first. Will it stay a tie for first, or will it get bumped down to a tie for second?
Just looking good all the way throughout. And that is Sophia Janzig. Sophia Janzig out of Cedar City in Minnesota. In her first season of Women's 1. And now in her first season of Women's 1 as well. This is Alyssa Drake out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Oh, and just pulling up a little bit high going into that wake. Goes for the wake line back for the first move, and looked to be going at a pretty good clip. Alyssa Drake, who will be going into her first. Will be going in to Florida Southern College for a freshman year. And in a few days' time, I think actually the Florida Southern College has already started their semester, so almost as soon as she gets done, she'll be heading down south towards Central Florida, specifically Lakeland, to begin her collegiate skiing. Back right after this.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
All right, here we go, and we're on to our final women's one competitor, Alyssa Drake. Getting in a little bit deep there, about a third the way through her handle pass. We'll see what she can do with a toe pass. Here we go, Alyssa Drake. Let's see if she can stay in contention for a podium spot. And it looks like she's going to get set up for something along the lines of a toe 7 front. There you go, toe 7 front, nails that one. Toe 5 back, staying very crouched and very compact. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 straight back in. Toe Waco, boom, hits that one, nicely done. Toe Waco, reverse toe wake back to back. Does she go for the reverse? No. She's got a couple of toe sides. Recovers well to get all the way through that pass of a toe tricks. And that might just be enough to at least be in with a shout. So now that brings on our last category of tricks. Just look at this from Alyssa Drake out of Economowoc, Wisconsin. Has tricked over 6,000 points in previous competitions. Probably won't get to that point as a result of the scoring here, mind you. But she has been quite consistent in tricking. 59.20 at the Holy Cow Cup. McCormick full record last year, 56.50. Last year's Good Water Ski Nationals in girls 5 in her last season in that category was 54.80 for a second place position. And before we go on to men's 2 tricks, we will take a quick break here at the 80th Good Water Ski National Championships. right, going straight in. This is Kevin Jack, who would ordinarily compete in men's too, but because he's already skied in open men's competition, the trick performance that you see from him is purely for performance and not placement in men's too. And probably just as well, considering how soon he fell into that pass of toe tricks. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and toe wake back to back reverse. Good elevation. You're going to see some great trick in here on his handle pass. But for the time being with toes, just getting in a little bit deep as he attempted to get hold of the line for a toe wake O, but unfortunately unable to continue. Back right after these.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, returning to action here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Zane Nicholson is on the other webcast for slalom, presiding over the women's 2 slalom competition. And right here, I'm looking out over the men's 2 trick competition. And we'll see how that transpires. We've got Kevin Jack, who would ordinarily be competing in this age category, but he's already tricked in open men, actually tricked in the America's Cup Invitational a couple of nights ago. Therefore, not eligible for placement, but looking to try and get a halfway decent performance, or at least a recovery, with some front flips to be getting along with. Here he goes. Good skiing there from Kevin Jack there with the ski line tricks, ski line 5 front, and just not on his game today, unfortunately. Kevin Jack, who will be representing the United States in the IWWF World Show Ski Tournament in Winter Haven come October. So I'm sure that after he leaves here, that is going to be his primary focus going forward, so far as competition water skiing is concerned. Just look at the height and the elevation, working that MK1. And didn't quite get everything that you needed off that ski line 5 front.
Fist bump. Let's carry the board. That's your new women's 2 slalom champion. Check out this one ball here. Not what I had her for. She got the line tight.
Let's have a look and see what Tucker Johnson can do with his 2 20-second passes. And about halfway down, taking a fall on that run. I'll see if I can fetch some of his previous scores in this event. Coming to us out of Edgewater in Colorado, Tucker Johnson. And Tucker Johnson just not getting much of anything going his way there, and we're going to see what he can do with the second and final 20-second pass next. All right, working our way through the remaining trick event. We are in the remaining trick event. After the final competitor in men's 2 has left the water, the only event that we have on Lake 2 will be the jump with women's 5 jump, women's 1 jump, and then men's 1 jump. So here we go. Tucker Johnson, handle up a little high. Just trying to arrest the little bit of slippage that he has from his ski. Now trying to take about 10 seconds out to put his foot in the toe strap to the back. And tries to get to the front, and a little bit off balance there, but probably doesn't practice tricking too much anyway. So. Probably not quite his bag. And we're going to see the toe back there from him on the instant replay, and just there you go. And goes down. All right then, that brings on Mark Zimmerman, and he'll be next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, folks, we've got on the water right now Mark Zimmerman. Men's 2 tricks. Good knee bend coming to us from Austin in the south, in Texas, in the south central region. Tallied up 1,370 points in the regional championships there for men's 2 tricks. And scored 1,440 points in the Capital Area Slalom Series finals. That was in the year 2021. But well and truly in the 2022 scoring season. Scored 1,220 points in the Texas State Championships. So pretty consistent at above 1,000 points in the last 12 months of competitive skiing in tricks. All right, and we'll return after this. All right, here we go. Here's Mark Zimmerman. Ooh, tries to go for that Waco. I don't think he got all of that rotation off the water. He certainly didn't get the full rotation on that second attempt, the reverse. So that's Mark Zimmerman. As we work our way through these trick and performances, Mark Zimmerman. And the instant replays presented to you by Good Carbon Technologies, and we thank them once again for their continuing support of these National Water Ski Championships. They've been involved as a title sponsor for well over 2 decades now. And letting the handle go, and into the water he goes. That is Mark Zimmerman. Paul Kulig is next. Out of Jupiter in South Florida. And has tricked 1,500 points in the Eastern Region competition, in the Eastern Region Championships. Oh, and doing rather well with those 2 backflips. The combination of those 2 tricks is good enough for 1,000 points on its own. We'll see what he can do. He tricked like I said, he tricked 1,500 points at the Eastern Region, so he's already 2/3 of the way there by way of those 2 tricks that he performed at the end. Under the assumption that both of these are within 20 seconds, which I believe they are.
Yeah. Your boss is not happy. You gotta...
So there we go. Fist throw, and probably for good reason. Paul Kulig, out of Jupiter in Florida, age 27. And we'll come back to him right after these. All right, here we go. Goes for the front flip. Oh, and wow, had he have landed that, that would have been a new personal best for him, because the front flip on its own is an 800-point trick. And combined with the tricks that we saw him do on the opening pass, which included 2 backflips, that would have been an absolute stomper there from him. Just edging away, but just doesn't quite get the load off approaching the wake and then coming off the top. Therefore, didn't get enough rotation soon enough. We'll be back with Taiveo next. All right, returning to continuing coverage, we got Taiveo in men's 2 tricks. Taiveo in the Western Regionals scored 22.60 and has been rather consistent over 2,000 points, almost to a fault here. Most of his competitions in this 12-month span of results that I have in front of me has suggested that he's pretty consistent at 2,100 points. And just look at him go.
Be sure to go check out bplayfield.com and go enter the LaPointe ski challenge. Enter to win, have a chance to win a LaPointe water ski. So go check out bplayfield.com.
All right, so that's Taiveo through his open pass, and we will rejoin him for a second one right after these. All right, here's Taiveo. He's out of Rio Linda in California. There, the knee going over the line first, then followed on by the foot, and just didn't have the edge and the rotation necessary to make that move work for him. So Taiveo coming to us out of the Golden State. A little bit of winding the windows down action with those arms. And then he goes into a step sequence. And as we get ready for James Webber to come into the course, we're going to have a look at Taiveo attempting the wake line back and going down, and we will bring on our next skier right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, look at our next competitor. This is James Weber. Ooh, and going in for the back flip and coming up a little short on the landing, but certainly a good array of tricks to get under his belt. James Weber out of Decatur in Illinois, who hasn't tricked all that much this season. Scored 1,950 points at the Illinois State Championships, and got the rotation and the height, but just not the landing. Back after this. All right, so James Weber is our skier on the water. Hey, I'm Tony Lightfoot with the 7th and final day of action here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships, continuing to roll. We are about halfway down the list in men's 2 tricks. Here he goes. Electing not to go with toe tricks, but he's going to go with the flip twist back to front. Not much elevation there either. So James Weber swims into shore and leaves the way open for our remaining 5 competitors in the tricks event. Couple of side slides outside the wake. Well, actually, rather inside the wake. He's got all of those tricks, and then he edges to the outside. Looks down at the wake. The rotation was good. Just didn't wait long enough to allow that wake to give him the elevation necessary. We'll be back right after this. All right then, working on our next skier, it's Grant Schipper. Here comes Grant Schipper. Surface turns looked pretty slick. And now going in for the remaining tricks, which consist of an aggressive attempt at the backflip. So Grant Schipper, who earlier on the season tricked 27.30 in the Midwest Regional Championships. Last year's Goode Nationals, he yielded 2,040 points for him to give him a 9th place position finish in men's 2. So we'll see what he can do, and we'll bring that to you next. All right, so back on, we've got Grant Schipper getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. I'm Tony Leifer, he's Zane Nicholson. Zane Nicholson has the remaining slalom competition underway, which I think is actually in men's one at the moment. Let's have a look at Grant Schipper. Keeping the handle down nice and low. Outside the wake, here he goes with the backflip. Gets that one, there's the reverse. 1,000 points for those two. Oh, he goes for the 800-point front flip, which he gets. So just on those 3 tricks alone, tricking almost 2,000 points. I think he'll be very, very close to about 3,000 points, and if that is the case, then it will be his best trick score that we've seen him produced in the last 12 months. Grant Schipper, even with that fall about a third the way through pass number 1, could still come away with his best score since the Goode Water Ski National Championships of last season. So, he's our number 5 ranked skier. And now we're going to go on to our number 4 ranked skier nationally. It'll be Michael Bullock. From Hillsborough in Tennessee, who has tricked 2870 in the past. Ooh, and a little rough on the landing and won't be able to recover from that. In the Tennessee State Championships, he tricked 2660 to place in first in men's 2 tricks. Just look at the back flip, just getting that second hand on the handle, and the ski slipping out from underneath. And we'll return with Michael Bullock, second pass right after this.
internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
So Michael Bullock coming to us out of the volunteer state of Tennessee. Back in front with the toe tricks. Skiing remarkably well here. There's the back flip, a redemption on that one. Here he comes with the second one. Oh, gets that one as well. A two-wake wake jump, and here he comes. I don't know. Oh, yeah, he gets that one too. 750 points for that backflip as well. Actually, 550 based upon what I know. 550 points for that backflip, which was the starting off back and rotating towards the front. 750 conversely is the one where you start off forwards and half rotate towards the back. That gives you an additional 200 points. I'll tell you what, Michael Bullock coming through in the clutch there towards the end. It's going to come down to whether he got the last move in time or not. But certainly some good tricking coming through right at the last in the men's two tricking competition. They're throwing everything into this. Not the most stylish of flips, mind you, but as long as you get that ski back out underneath you and you ride it away, style doesn't matter. Wow. Now, coming to us out of Texas, this is Austin Kolodadejczyk. Going down rather soon, coming to us out of Spring in Texas. Austin Kolodadejczyk. We'll pick him up and take him into the course one more time. Going down, and we'll see him trick coming up next right after these.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, then. So it looks like our towboat is going to bring Austin Kolodejczyk. We'll identify the skier positively and see what he does on pass number 1. I think this is a re-ride on that particular run for some reason. Going to go with the backflip, and here he goes with the second one. Yes, he gets that one. 1,000 points for those two. There's the front flip. There we go. That's another 800 points. There we go. A couple of spins on the outside. Wonderful stuff there from Austin Kolodejczyk from Spring in Texas. Has a tricked over 3,000 points before, a couple of times, as a matter of fact, in the last 12 months in the Polar Bear Classic and in at Lago Summer Fun. Austin Kolodejczyk also tricked 28.70 to place 7th in men's 2 in last year's Good Water Ski National Championships over at Water's Edge in Wilmington, Illinois. Austin Kolodejczyk, look at that. Oh. Worthy of a clap or two. Yes, absolutely. And we'll return with his second pass right after this.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, then. This is Austin Kolodejczyk. Men's 2 tricks. There is a toe to start. Couple of toe sides. Toe back. Toe wake back. Come on. Hang on to it. Toe wake front. Spent about a good 3-4 seconds to get that situated, but unfortunately there was only one trick that he performed beyond that, or at least tried to, and which was the toe wake line back. Just got a little bit unstable and just unable to come through. Austin Kolodadejczyk. Just keeping that toe foot close to his standing leg for a good portion of this performance. And then, just touched his hand in the water. That helped his balance a little bit going forwards. And then once he got settled, the toe wake front. All right, we're down to our final two skiers, our final two trickers of the entire National Championships. We'll see Ryan Nason coming up in a few minutes, but before him is Kyle Dameyer.
Okay, our next skier on the water. We've got Luke Tim coming up. Coming to us out of...
Here comes Kyle Dameyer out of Royal Oak in Michigan. Skied for Ohio State University, where in one moment became one of the most famous water skiers in the world in the Collegiate Nationals in 2011, where his spectacular crash into the jump at Tri-Lakes in 2011 put him into viral mania. Online via YouTube, you can still watch that clip of Kyle Dameyer's crash at the TWBC YouTube channel. And whilst you're there, why not hit the subscribe button and the bell icon?
He rotated his shoulders to get back to the handle instead of twisting his hips to get turned, and the boat loaded up.
And his clip on the YouTube channel was actually the most watched YouTube clip up until about 2 seasons ago, when it was overtaken by a slalom fall by Jamie Bull at the Travers Grand Prix in 2020. But for his part, Kyle Dameyer certainly still one of the most famous names in water skiing, probably not so much for his high-level echelon performance. But probably not so much for his high-level performances, more for his infamy with that crash on that day during the 2011 Collegiate Nationals in Tri-Lakes, representing the Buckeyes of Ohio State. All right, Kyle Dameyer, let's focus more upon his performance here. In the regional championships, he scored 34.80. In the Michigan State championships, had scored a 3,500. And last year's national championships yielded 12.10, so he wants to redeem himself a little bit here. Scored a 12th place position. Yeah, there you go. And Kyle Dameyer comes through with 2 stand-up runs. Great effort there from him. Kyle Dameyer from Royal Oak in Michigan. Just working that toe foot. Reverse toe side. Then goes in for the toe back. And the toe front. Double fist bump. Yeah, he enjoys that. That was Kyle Dameyer. Ryan Nason, our very last tricker of the national championships. All right, so out of Yuba City in Southern California, this is Ryan Nason, who has tricked over 5,000 points in the past. And a good portion of the reason why he's done that here are the toe tricks. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Now going through a lot of his toe surface turns, expending those, toe wake back and toe wake front. Now wake line back, step sequence here, tried and true, wake line front, couple of sides, nicely done. So Ryan Nason keeping control of that toe foot for a good extent. Not doing anything along the lines of a toe wrapping or a toe 5 front. But still looking strong. We'll wait to see what he's got for his second and final 22nd run. Ryan Nason out of Yuba City. And we'll return with him right after this. Here we go, final tricker, final pass of these 2022 National Championships, the 80th Goode National Water Ski Championships. Let's see if he can end off the tricks event in a good flurry here. There is the backflip. It's reverse. 500 points apiece. And unfortunately going down on that move, which was the flip twist back to front, which would have given him an additional 550 points. And just looking at him go with these first couple of moves. And then just trying to get a little bit of adrenaline pumped and execute this move. Not too much in the way of height. The rotation was there, but could have done with a little bit more height like that one. And then he figures, turn to the back. Let's see if he can get the elevation. Just got separated from the handle and just nothing doing there. And that concludes the tricks event for the 80th Goode Water Ski National Titles. All right, we have got some jumping to come. We've got women's 5, women's 1, women's 2, and men's 1 to conclude the action on Lake 2 here at the 80th Goode Water Ski Nationals, and that will come after these messages.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right then, so we're just about to go on to women's 5 jump. Breeze picking up some. And for the first time in these national championships, the wind is going to be tail. Okay, next, first competitor up, Sandy Kovacs. So Sandy Kovacs. Let's have a look and see what she's got in previous competitions. Sandy Kovacs, women's 5 jump, one of 2 competitors in this category. Score of 950. Actually, that's the trick score, I beg your pardon. But she has jumped 38 feet in the past in the Southern Regionals, which is 11.7 meters. We'll see what she can do on the first attempt. Oh, ouch. Big old slap to her right-hand side. We'll take a look at this from the opposite angle. Up on the jump. Ooh. All right. We're going to bring Sandy Kovacs back in for jump number 2 right after these. All right, so Sandy Kovacs.
Yeah, he's looking really good, nice and strong behind the bow.
All right, let's have a look. Jump number 2, women's 5 jump. And the landing was a little bit better, but just not able to ride away from that effort. So up and over, and just didn't have enough resistance. Back after this. Okay, here comes Sandy Kovacs. Jump number 3 has failed to land the opening 2 jumps, but she's good for the last one. Making sure that handle doesn't rise any higher than her waist on that jump. And she was good to go on that one. Distance coming through in just a moment or so. It is 38 feet on 11.6 meters, which is a second best jump in the last 12 months. It's going to be a 38-foot jump there for Sandy Kovacs. And we're going to see Tristina Lindsay with the first of 3 attempts right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, coming to us out of Martindale in Texas, this is Tristina Lindsay. All right, so check out the YouTube channel, subscribe. You'll get instantly notified of whenever webcasts from TWBC become live. Okay, so Tristina this season, she's jumped over 80 feet for most of the tournaments this season. Skied in the South Central region and went over towards Whitestone in Georgia and jumped 89 feet. And I think she is our winner in women's 5. With that, I have absolutely no shadow of a doubt. So, jump number 1. We'll get a distance for you very shortly as she gets ready for the second of 3 attempts. Behind that Mastercraft towboat, one of the 3 official towboats for this competition. It's an 82-footer. It's 82 feet on jump number 1. Still 7 feet shy of what she's done so far as her best jump is this season, but it's certainly a step in the right direction.
He's probably got the worst conditions of any skier so far today. He is making good way through it. And, yeah, nice.
All right. Skier on the water in the women's 5 jump event, and looks like she's going to take a poke at this one. It's going to be a 3/4 cut, and Tina Lindsay, Martindale in Texas, which is the home of the San Marcos River Ranch, which has held the national championships at least a time or 2. Up over the jump, stabilizes the landing, and will ride that distance out. I suspect that's where we'll find a jump closer to 90 feet via that jump. Up and over, gets good pull off the towboat. All right, so jump there, 83 feet. I would have expected a little further than that, but we'll okay, so Tina Lindsay with an 83-footer, she's done. Decided not to take the last jump. So she is the women's national, women's 5 national jump champion, Tina Lindsay, with 83 feet. Now we're going to go on to our second to last women's category of the national championships. It's going to be women's 1, and we'll have that for you right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Hi, my name is Brantley Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders here at New Dimensions Wellness. My partner and I have over 20 plus years of sports medicine and exercise experience working with the most elite athletes in the world. Together we have developed a proven system that has been sought out by these professional athletes and is now available to you.
You will move your body and loosen your joints in ways that you haven't before. It's not your typical weight training, it's not CrossFit, and it's not crunch fitness.
Once I got in here, it was a big eye-opener how much different that they go about everything.
Hey, it's Neely Ross, Reflex Team Skier. In today's how-to video, we're going to be talking about how to turn your offside. The offside for left-footed skiers are balls 2, 4, and 6. The offside for right-footed skiers such as myself are 1, 3, and 5. Today, I will be talking about the offside for right-footed skiers for balls 1, 3, and 5. Our first major step for a good offside is the approach into the buoy. We want to think about our left hip staying connected with the handle and not dropping back. We also want to think about our shoulders and body facing slightly outward. Our second step, we want to focus on our left hand being low, straight, and with full connection to the boat to allow for full control. Our last step is the reconnection point. I want you to think about your left hip moving up and through the buoy line so then you can reconnect into a strong position.
Into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a
All right, we're down to our last few divisions in the Water Ski National Championships for this year, 2022, the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right, and the first competitor out is going to be Amanda Luxfager-Rose. And she's there on the dock. Wind starting to pick up a little bit, which could prove to be quite problematic for one or two of our jumpers this afternoon. Hopefully the wind will die down and quit blowing from the west to the east. Sun's not an issue now. Now it's a little high enough. So Amanda Luxfager-Rose, who has jumped as far as 69 feet. At the last year's Water Ski Nationals, when she competed in Women's One for, I believe, the second time in the Nationals, placed 9th with that distance. And is the equivalent of 21.1 meters. All right, back on top of the water with our competing athletes in the jump event. Women's One jump, right on the water with Amanda Luxfager-Rose. We'll see what she's got for us. Coming out of Lake St. Louis in Missouri. Competed in the Midwest Regional Championships last weekend and jumped 66 feet there. Also in the Missouri State Championship, came through with a score of 68 feet. So quite consistent above the 60-foot range. And we'll see if she has something that will take her over the 70-foot mark. She's certainly going to have a little bit of speed, more speed off the top because the tailwind. Just being able to control that line is the major thing. Lands and rides out that jump. Pretty solid effort. So she at least has one jump distance under her belt, something that she can build from. A little bit back coming into the ramp and even further back coming off the top. We're waiting on the distance. We just saw the instant replay and waiting to see the distance. Is a 66-footer, 66 feet, or 20.2 meters. That was the jump that she produced in the Midwest Regionals, as a matter of fact, with the exact same metric distance. So let's continue to roll right along. She's got a 66-footer. She's got a distance in the back pocket. And let's see if she can get a little bit more out of that Malibu response. Jumps at 32 miles an hour or 51K. Ooh, good effort then. Still a little bit back in the air, but I think that one might be a skosh further. Just needs to let herself get pulled over the skis a little bit more. That way she will get better distance and better float on that particular effort. The distance should be known to us. It's a 68-footer, or 20.7 meters. So moving on up, as one would say, and that's exactly the same distance that she produced at the Missouri State Championship, both in metric and in feet. 68 feet, or 20.7 meters. So already matching the distances that she recorded in the regionals and in the state title competition for her, which is Missouri, the Show Me State. And a little further forward off the ramp a little this time. I think that one has the legs to be a little bit further. Still a little bit back as she came off the jump, but had enough presence of mind to pull herself forward into the landing. Amanda Lutzwager-Rose. The distance will be revealed to us very, very soon. I think it's going to re-ride on jump number 3, apparently. Not too sure why it would be. All right, so whilst we resolve that, we'll be back right after these.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right there, so coming in, and we didn't get any footage, or rather the officials didn't get any footage of her on jump number 3, so with that, she's going to come into the jump one last time. 68 feet on jump number 2 is her best distance. Ooh, getting very close there to the bottom right. Was really, really pushing hard to get onto the jump, and got that little bit more pull off the boat. Still a little bit back in the air, but managing to land and ride it out. So in the last 12 months, her best jump distance has been as high as 69 feet. The distance will be recorded for her on the jump number 3. We'll see what that is. She's jumped 68 up to this point. Just waiting on that distance. Whoa, hello. All right, it's a 73-footer. 73 feet. I don't know if that's a personal best or not, but I tell you what, it is about 4 feet more than what she's jumped all season long. So well done there to Amanda Lutzwager-Rose. Now, our next competitor to take to the water out of Colorado, this is Anna Pryor. She will take to the water next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com. Right, and returning to live action here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson. He is presiding over the slalom event on the other webcast if you want to check in with that one, but we're continuing to jump. And Amanda Lutzwager-Rose with 73 feet is actually her best jump distance ever. Nearest thing she's jumped is a 70-footer. Now we're going to go to Anna Pryor. Ooh, getting a little bit twisted in the air, but still able to land and ride that jump. Coming to us out of Louisville in Colorado. Yes, there's more than one Louisville in the world, and this one is from the Rocky Mountain State. All the
the Mile High State, as they call it sometimes. There we go. That is Anna Pryor taking in a bit of heat. Best jump distance in the last 12 months is a 75-footer. And she improves upon that to the tune of 77 feet. 77 feet, or a jump distance of 24.5 if my reckoning is correct with the metric. So Anna Pryor in the lead now after 2 jumpers, and she has 2 jumps left. So we still got some jumpers to come. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, then Mariah Fields, Brooke Boskus, Sage Potbecker, Alyssa Drake, Chelsea Newman. Those are the remaining women's 1 jumpers to come. All right, bringing her in on jump number 2. She's already 77 feet to the good. All right, coming in on jump number 2. Up and over. And well done there to Anna Pryor on the second jump. Certainly a little tidier. Now, whether that yields the same kind of distance or not is another matter. We'll look at this from the frontwards angle. And a little bit high coming in, but managing to stabilize that one. Distance is a 75-footer. She backed that distance down. So just over 22 meters. That is a 75-footer with 1 jump left for her to take. So most of her skiing is done at the collegiate level. Skis for the Ohio State Buckeyes. In the Midwestern Regionals, jumping 61 feet. Last year's Collegiate Nationals, in which she appeared for the Ohio State Buckeyes, yielded a 25th position in the Division I Syndicate Collegiate National Championships from last season. And in the South Central Regional Championships, jumping 73 feet. Oh, here she comes, 3/4 cut. Once again, Anna Pryor. There you go, pulls the handle in, and a little bit tidier this time around as well. Anna Pryor just looking up over the top left-hand corner. Still leaning back against the jump skis coming off the jump, but realizes very soon that was happening, so she pulled the handle in and brought the skis over, brought her body over the skis. So the distance coming through for her is a 77-footer. It is 23.4, so her best jump is actually the first one with 23.5, but it's still the same foot measurement of 77 feet. All right, next gear up, Anne-Marie Wroblewski coming up next.
We're back on. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Women's one jump right now with Anne-Marie. Coming to us out of the eastern region. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, actually from the Buckeye State of Ohio. Here we go. Jump number one. Oh, and a bit of an early approach on that one. So looking at this on the replay on the first attempt, the position is set, but unfortunately the timing could have used some work. And we'll bring her back for jump number two right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, Anne-Marie Wroblewski from Toledo in Ohio. A temporary resident of Lafayette, Louisiana these days, as she's a member of the Raging Cajun collegiate water ski team. The current and back-to-back two-time collegiate national champions. Here we go. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Lifting up the right ski and getting up alongside the boat. Here she comes, Anne-Marie. Oh, look at that. And I think that she's taken the lead with that distance, and that's got to be in excess of 100 feet. In the Eastern Region Championships, in which she competed in for no placement in women's one, she jumped 115 feet. Last season, she placed in 5th in girls 5. In last year's Goode Water Ski Nationals with a 105. So let's see if she's improved some with that second jump. She passed up on the first. We'll wait on that distance, and it's going to come up as a 115, 115.
Okay, so 115 feet. And that is equivalent to the jump that she produced in the eastern regions. And is, yep, and it's the same in metric as well. So she's already on pace, at least in terms of what she's done in the regionals and now. So let's see if she's got anything left in the tank. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Setting herself up, keeping some speed off the water turn. Oh yeah, better looking jump there. A lot more speed on that one. Just launching out on jump number 3. Already equivalent to jumping a season's best with jump number 2. Wroblewski bouncing around a little bit off the second wake. Thankfully for her, she wasn't bothered too much by it. The distance is going to be... Okay, so whilst we wait to get the jump distance on the third and last jump, we're going to bring on Mariah Fields out of McQueeney in Texas. We'll see what she's got in women's one jump right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so latest news. We've got 120 feet for Anne-Marie Wroblewski. And now that puts her in first place. And actually, I believe that might be a personal best jump. We'll have to look at some of the results prior to this season, or 2 seasons back, but 120 feet, 36.7 meters. So yeah, it is a personal best. Just look deep into the scores there from previous seasons, and a new provisional personal best for Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Now, next competitor up, it is going to be Mariah Fields, who competed in the America's Cup Invitational competition about 2 nights ago. Mariah Fields, out of McQueeney in Texas. Oh, getting pulled into the bottom right-hand corner, and I think we got ourselves a lead distance, courtesy of Mariah Fields. Has jumped in excess of 125 feet. Actually jumped 126 feet in the open women's competition, to the best of my memory, which put her in a position where she was able to compete in the America's Cup Invitational. And we'll be looking for something closer to 130 feet. All right, the distance will be revealed any moment now for Mariah Fields. I think it's enough for the lead, certainly over 120 feet, that much we know. Pushing out the distance, that is a 132 feet. Unloads on jump number 1.
So Mariah Fields actually jumped 126 a couple of days ago, but has already put 6 feet on top of that. So well done to her in the women's one jumping competition. Women's one jumping, continuing to rock. Here we go, jump number 2. Mariah Fields already on top to the tune of a 40.3 meter jump. Opening up off the top of the jump with a good deal of speed. Will land that jump and ride it out. Mariah Fields, who trained quite extensively at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana for the best part of formative years in the sport. Out of McQueeney in Texas. She is a little ways away from San Antonio, out there in the western portion of the Lone Star State. The distance is going to be known to us. 132 feet, already a best jump of the competition, and it is almost exactly the same. I say almost exactly the same because the only difference between those jump distances is 0.2 of a meter. A first jump of 40.3 versus a second jump of 40.1. So, making the turn round the island there. She's definitely on a good streak here. The wind is dying down a little bit, not nearly as blustery as it was a few minutes ago. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, that wind could actually be in the process of turning right now. Wind, I believe, is blowing in from the north, which is actually not a bad thing because it will be almost pretty much a headwind as she cuts towards the jump. And as she turns, rotates away from the jump, then it becomes a little bit of a side wind blowing from left to right in towards the jumper. I think that one may not be quite as far. She certainly wasn't as pushed to get onto the ramp surface as she was for the other two jumps. She had a little bit more room to spare to get on. Mind you, we'll see officially what that distance is going to be. She's jumped 132 twice already. We're getting the distance, and as we take a look at the ramp view, it's about 1 foot further and 0.1 of a meter further. Yes, it is 133 feet or 40.4 meters. There is your leaderboard right there with Mariah Fields, 133 feet. Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 120 feet. And Ann Pryor in third place with 77. Back with our next jumper, Brooke Boskus, right after this. All right, returning to women's one jump. The skier on the water is Brooke Boskus out of Elkins in Arkansas. Brooke Boskus. Let's see what she's produced in the past. Her best jump distance, at least within this calendar year, was at the Cedar Creek July record with 119 feet. Ultimately, her best distance within the last 12 months was at the U17 World Championships, where she placed 11th with a jump distance of 123 feet. And it's going to need something along the lines of 130 feet or more to get in the reckoning for the top 2 spots. So here we go. This here is a Brooke Boskus. Coming off that second wake, would almost indicate that she was earlier coming off the turn in towards the jump, because there was a significant switch of direction from the jump skis towards the jump. The distance is a 1:05, 105. She's got some work to do. Brooke Boskus, and we'll return shortly after these. Returning to live action, we've got Brooke Boskus, already 105 feet distance as her score so far. 2 jumps remaining. What has she got in last year's Goode Waterski National Championships, competing in girls 5? She jumped 110 feet. Let's see if she can improve upon that this year. She's in women's 1 now. Up and over, and we'll ride that one out. So still not being pushed to get onto the jump after the turn and after the crossing through the right and the left wake into the ramp surface. The turn didn't look bad, but it's just the timing. About there, she starts to ease up and think about actually hitting the jump, rather than relying upon timing to help her out with that. Handle up high, which is also an indication of how early she was into the bottom of the ramp. We wait for the distance. It is a 1:06, 1:06 or 0.2 of a meter more than what she did on jump number 1. So it's a 1:06. She's looking for more, and if you want to be part of the live chat that's on the YouTube channel for this webcast, you have to subscribe, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the bell icon. And that way you are going to be notified as to when we have a live broadcast, and also be able to participate interactively with said webcast. Coming in, jump number 3. There you go, better looking jump. So looking at this once again, Brooke Boskus. Up and over. Decent looking effort, but I think that she was still looking for a lot more than that. So 106 on jump number 2.
And jump number 3, we'll get that in just a moment. It is, it is actually further. It's 110, but it won't make too much of an impression upon the leaderboard. We'll have a look at that leaderboard in just a moment and find out that Mariah Fields is still in the lead with a 133. Amory Robleski with 120, and Brooke Boskus with 110. Those are your top 3. Our next competitor is Sage Potbecker. Next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Working our way towards the conclusion of the women's 1 jump competition here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Skier on the water is Sage Potbecker out of Connecticut, specifically the town of Morris in Connecticut. Her best jump within the last 12 months is 124 feet, which earned her 18th spot in the U21 World Championships in Santa Rosa Beach. That coverage provided exclusively live by TWBC. Here we go. This is Sage Potbecker. Up and just getting a little bit separated away from the handle with her right arm. And would almost appear to be a little bit early on this effort. Keeping the line tight and still a lot of room that she can utilize, and as a matter of fact, it would seem to me that as soon as she realized that she was early, she let off the pressure on the jump skis in order for her to actually hit the jump instead of passing up on it. The distance should be about a 108. Indeed it is. It's 108, or the equivalent of 33 meters. So, another jump coming up, and we'll return to that right after this. Okie dokie, Sage Potbecker. There's 1 jump under her belt. Let's see if she's got something by way of an improved distance on jump number 2. A little later on this one, she's going to be pushed to get onto the base of the jump, and nicely done. Brought that card about 3-4 foot later. And had to work to get on, at least work a little harder. Yeah, a little bit of a lower body crush with a left ski coming off the jump. And just losing a little bit of jump distance by that token. The distance should be coming up very, very soon as she prepares for jump number 3. It's Sage Potbecker, 108 on jump number 1, 117
on jump number 2. She can still go a little ways better, and we'll find out if she does right after this. All right, coming in on jump number 3, already 17 feet to the good at the moment. But it is only good enough for 3rd place at this time. There's one more jumper to come in the form of Alyssa Drake. Here comes Sage Potbecker on jump number 3. She's pushing on this one. And it's a better looking jump, but how much better? We won't find out until we get the jump distance in just a moment. Handle up a little high off the turn, but she was pressured to get onto the jump a little bit more this time than she was on the previous attempts. As the wind starts to pick up, Sage Potbecker. We're going to get the distance thrown up. Oh, it's 119 feet, marginally shy of that 2nd place position that's currently held by Anne-Marie Robleski. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard as we get ready for Alyssa Drake. Sage Potbecker, as a matter of fact, is actually in 3rd place. She is half a meter behind Anne-Marie Robleski, who is in 2nd, and Mariah Fields is still your leader with a 1:33. All right, last jumper up in women's, actually a second to last jumper up in women's 1. It's going to be Alyssa Drake, and we'll see her next.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, back on. We've got Alyssa Drake about to hit the jump for the first of her 3 attempts. Comes to us out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, and looking to try and redeem herself a little bit in the previous 2 events in which she's skied. She's skied a subpar, and looking to round off these national championships with a little bit of a flourish. Here comes Alyssa Drake. Jump number 1. Getting, whoa, and coming in really, really hot and late. And she's moving around rather gingerly in the water. She's looking around, smarting a little bit off that crash on jump number 1. We'll take a look at this one more time, picking her up just before the 600-foot cup. We actually a little bit before the 500. Just turns in and just got crouched over and just was just unable to push too much. There you go. Huge crush off the top of the jump, and just managing to control enough of that jump to come in relatively soft on the landing. And we'll be back right after this. All right, so that was Alyssa Drake on jump number 1. She's got to jump number 2. We'll take a look at this. Wow. That was a remarkable looking angle there from the underside of the jump on jump number 1. Probably that didn't feel too good at all. All right, so Alyssa Drake, let's see if she can conjure up something on jump number 2 that'll be substantially better, at least safer anyway. Here we go. Keeping the good, keeping the line tight. She's a lot safer this time around. And she'll at least register a distance. Now she's going to try and set this up on jump number 3. It's probably going to be about 115 feet, around about that region. Lent away a little bit, which affected her turn coming in. Not too much pressure exerted across her left arm coming off the jump. Lost a bit of distance on that attempt on that element. It's 115 feet. 115 feet. On jump number 2. We'll return with her right after this.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
Returning to the women's 1 jump event. We only have 1 competitor left after this competitor. It's Alyssa Drake. The top 3 so far are already guaranteed spots on the podium, on the 5-position podium that is. Here comes Alyssa Drake. She's setting up. There you go, better looking jump, but honestly feel that she was spooked off that crash on jump number 1 and was basically looking to go into survival mode for the remaining 2 jumps. Certainly wasn't nearly as aggressive with the remaining 2 jumps. And that can sometimes happen. Turns away, keeps the line tight. Just kind of got crushed on that one. It's 113 feet, 113. All right, so we're down to our final jumper in women's 1. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard to see that target. 133 feet. From Mariah Fields, Anne-Marie Robleski with 120, Sage Potbecker with 119, Alyssa Drake, who has managed to put herself into 4th place and on the podium with 115. What will that leaderboard look like in the next few minutes? Rejoin us as we get ready to bring Chelsea Newman next. right, back on. We've got our jumper out on the water. We got Chelsea Newman out of McDonald in Tennessee. Now, Chelsea Newman, I'm sure that she was quite startled to see her father, Tommy Newman, take a big old crash on jump number 1 in the men's 5 jumping competition that was concluded yesterday. But how would that affect her personally, psychologically, going forwards? Her best jump so far this within the last 12 months is 135 feet at the U21 Worlds. And a good-looking opening jump, a safe-looking opening jump. Jumped 134 feet at the Whitestone Summer Starter. And in the Southern Regionals, jumped 131 feet. But needing something quite substantial. Right, let's have a look. The distance should be revealed to us any moment now off the first attempt. It is 116 feet, 116. She's got to dig deep here. She's got 2 more jumps to come. I think she has used that jump to take a little bit of the read on the wind and the weather, how much it's blowing and where is it blowing from. So Chelsea Newman, last jumper to come in the women's 1 jump, and then we'll just have 1 final women's jump category, and that is women's 2. All right, good and wide up on the boat. Getting plenty of assistance from the 0 off cruise control system. There you go. Good speed. But I think that jump is, I think it's going to be a little bit further, but how much further is it going to be? Good extension off the top. Nice little landing there. So is it enough for the win, we wonder? Is it anything more than 133 feet? All right. It's going to be game on jump number 3, we wonder. The distance is a 125, 125 feet. And we'll return right after this. Okay, back in. We've got Chelsea Newman, 125 feet on jump number 2. She's got to make up about an 8-foot deficit here just to get on level terms with Mariah Fields. She's in second spot right now. If she wants to ascend the final rung, she's got to come through, and come through now on jump number 3. Yep. Good speed, but the timing just wasn't quite there. She didn't maintain enough of it off the back of the boat and the second wake to really have a real impact upon the jump with the third and last attempt. Getting the pull from the boat, which is good. But is that additional pull going to help her claw back that deficit of 8 feet? So what is the distance, we wonder? Should be revealed to us, and it is a 1-2-1, less than the jump before. So your national jump champion in women's 1 is going to be crowned our McQueenie, Texas native. It is Mariah Fields with 133 feet, or 40.4. Chelsea Newman with a 125. Anne-Marie Rabluski with 120. Sate Potbecker with 119. And Alyssa Drake with a 115, rounding off the top 5 in the women's 1 jump leaderboard. All right, next event, women's 2 jump. Next.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Then, so we're now going on to our penultimate category of jumping competition right here in the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson across the way, and he's announcing for the slalom event. I've got the remainder of the jumps. We're done with the tricking. That was done about an hour and 20 minutes ago. We've got Sabrina Kowalik. Here she comes, Sabrina, up and over the jump. And almost lands completely in a heap, our Lee Summit, Missouri skier. But managing to just make it over the jump. Jumped in the Midwest Regional Championships where she landed in 6th place with a distance of 42 feet. I doubt whether that jump is going to be that far. We'll get the distance anyhow. Sabrina Kowalik. Right, jump distance 38 feet. 38 feet on jump number 1. So, 2 more jumps to come. So, all right, here we are. This now is Sabrina Kowalik. Ooh, and still a rough old landing, but maybe that's a little bit further. Coming into the jump at a speed that I believe to be 28 miles an hour or 46 K. There and thereabouts, 45. So, jump 38 feet on the opening attempt. I suspect that one could be a little bit further. or about the same distance. We'll find out in just a moment when the distance flashes up on the screen. 42 feet, 42 feet. I do beg your pardon. It's getting pretty long these days, but is the equivalent of 12.7 meters, 42 feet. Distance, the best distance this season is 42 feet. Or 11.7 meters. Here we go. Up and over. Oh, and going down in a heap on that landing. So 42 feet is going to be her best jump distance of this competition.
This is probably the last step right here for me on here. Me and Connor are talking about whoever wants to
So
go,
with a best jump distance of 12.7 meters. And one of her better sets this season off the jump ramp, that is Sabrina Kowalik out of Lee's Summit in Missouri. And we'll be back with more right after this.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, so we got Abby Hutton.
Slalom champion, so congratulations again.
All right, so Abby Hutton. We've got 3 jumps lined up for her. Abby Hutton from Dallas in Texas, so in the South Central region. Has jumped 55 foot in the South Central Regional Championships. Has jumped as far as 60 feet in the Ski Haven competition in June of this year. So capable of taking the lead at this early stage in women's 2 jump. Let's see if she conjures up something. That does. There we go. Lands the first jump. So she's got the bank and jump there. So, lands it, throws the fist, and has got 2 more jumps, and is actually requested for the boat speed to be raised up higher. So here we are. We've got on the water
We're going to finish this a few minutes before you are.
Abby Hutton with 42 feet on jump number 1. So she's got a bit of work to do, at least in comparison to a PB. But so far as the leaderboard is concerned, it should show that there are 2 competitors that with jumps of 42 feet. Probably the only thing that's going to separate them is the metric system for right now. Might even be a dead heat. We'll try and get that information to you. Subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll know when we'll go live, and you'll also be able to chat in the live chat function on the YouTube channel. Abby Hutton, jump number 2. All well back on those skis and unable to land and ride that one out. Certainly put a little bit more pressure on that 5-foot-high ramp. But there you go. That's what happens when you don't have your body fairly and squarely over the tips of your skis. And we'll return after this. Right, back on. Got Abby Hutton with a 42-foot jump and a fall on jump number 1. We have 5 jumpers, actually 6 jumpers to come after her. So we'll know within about the next few minutes what it's going to take to actually make it on the 5-skier podium in women's 2 jump. Let's see what Abby can do for her part. From Dallas, Texas. Has jumped 55 feet before in the South Central Regional Championships. Has jumped as much as 60 feet. But I don't think either of those 2 distances are going to get eclipsed with the effort on jump number 3. She fell on jump number 2 after she raised the boat speed. Now maybe it honestly takes her a jump to get settled in to a new boat speed for the next jump. We'll get the distance for Abby momentarily while we wait to bring Camille Tyler, who used to be a skier out of the South Central region, now lives in Central Florida these days. Distance coming up. It is a 59-footer. All right. 59 feet or 18 meters. So let's have a look at that on the leaderboard if we can, as we get ready for Camille Tyler to take to water. 59 feet. So Abby Hutton. All right then, so we return back to action. We've just seen Abby Hutton jump a 59-footer. All
right then, so Camille Tyler coming in. Jump number 1. A good tight line. Turns in, probably, whoa, no, woo. Boat started to kick in against her, and she didn't have enough resistance coming off that turn to hit that jump safely. Comes off the second wing and getting pushed towards that bottom right-hand corner, and just didn't like the look of that. And with that jump, we'll take a quick break and we'll return with jump number 2 for Camille Tyler next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, so we're waiting for Camille Tyler to come in on jump number 2. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Sabrina Kowalik with 42. All right, let's continue on for Camille Tyler on jump number. Oh, this is early. This is way too early. So too late on jump number 1, too early on jump number 2, and is now going to have to be reliant upon the singular jump on jump number 3 to get her to where she wants to go.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
All right, Camille Tyler passing up on 2 jumps so far. She tried 3/4 cuts on both of them, late on the first, early on the second, and is basically trying to phone this one in with a single cut on jump number 3 to make sure she at least has a distance and with which to score. There you go, up and over, lands and rides that one out. So we'll see what she has distance-wise and see how that compares to our other jumps that we've seen thus far. Distance for Camille Tyler. Distance 55 feet, which should put her in second place right now. And yes, indeed it does. There we go. With the leaderboard, Abby Hutton with 59, Camille Tyler with 55, and Sabrina Kowalik with 42. We'll be back just in time with Jade Hansen's free jumps next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
All right, then, continuing to roll right along. We have got Jade Hansen coming up with the three jumps at her disposal. All right, then, here comes Jade Hansen. Jump number one. Up and over, and a little bit skittish with the landing, but able to ride it out nonetheless. So that is Jade Hansen on the opening jump. So decent effort there. Jump number one, Jade Hansen. Distance coming up 76 feet. 76 feet, which isn't bad for the jump that she put in. Jade Hansen. .76 feet, and we'll return to her right after this. Okay, here we go. We've got Jade Hansen coming in on jump number two. Not looking to go anything more than a single cut at this point. But even a jump of 76 feet on a single cut on jump number one is enough to take the lead away. With that jump of 76 feet, with four competitors remaining, she has vaulted herself up to a top five podium spot at the very least. Jumped in the alumni jumping competition, Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Flight. In the middle of the festivities of last year's Collegiate Nationals. And 81 feet is her personal best. Last season at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, she scored a 79-footer.
And guess what she did now? 79 feet. At about the same metric distance, I fancy. So it's 24.1 meters on that jump. And at the Nationals last season, jumped 24 meters dead. So it's already improved upon that to the tune of 10 centimeters. Brings one in. Nice. Good set of jumps there all the way through for Jade Hansen. In the South Central Regionals this season, she's jumped as far as 75 feet. Using the boat speed of 54K, which is the maximum. That was Jade Hansen. Landing all three jumps, 76, 79, and now 83, which is her personal best. 83 feet for Jade Hansen. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard whilst we get Jasmine Gagne ready to take to the water. Jade Hansen with an 83, Abby Hutton 59, Camille Tyler 55, Sabrina Kovalek with her jump distance of, I believe, 42 feet. And we'll continue on. Jasmine is up next. All right, returning you to action. Got 4 jumpers to come in a women's 2 jump, and the first of those 4 is Jasmine Gagne from Pelham in Alabama. Let's see what she has. Opening jump. Drops the handle down, edges all the way through. And jumping well on the opening attempt. And actually, something to point out is the fact that she is the only competitor in the national championships in jump that jumps with hard shell bindings. And there's a good reason for that. We'll find out the distance in just a moment for Jasmine Gagne. .80 feet, 8-0 on the opening jump. Puts her in the second place. And as I mentioned before, the only skier in these championships, one of the very few actually, to jump with hard shells. And she and her father actually produce a hard shell binding, which actually releases from the toe as opposed to the heel. I'm sure if you do enough of a Google search, you'll find out about those Mosley bindings. And Jasmine doing a fine job with them so far.
out of Pelham in Alabama. Best jump distance so far this season is a 91-footer. Jumped 89 last season in women's 2 to place 5th. And will be looking to try and get a little bit higher with the remaining jumps, starting with this one. Oh, good, solid jump in there from Jasmine. Just coming into the jump. Up and over. Good dose of speed. And just needs to allow for that boat to pull her over the tips of the skis a little bit so she can get a little bit more lift and push over her jump skis. She has jumped 80 feet on jump number 1. I suspect jump number 2 is going to be marginally further, at least from this perspective. We await the jump distance for Jasmine Gagne. Skiing behind that Malibu towboat, and it is an 87-footer. So when she's not skiing or developing her jump bindings along with her father, she's helping to organize events in Alabama, and she should be commended alongside her crew for the successful execution of the tournament water ski events of the World Games that took place in Birmingham, Alabama about 3 or so weeks ago. So doing a fine job there and doing a fine job here so far with an 87-footer. It's enough for the lead. Let's see if she can do enough to put her high enough off on the list. Oh, look at that. Yes, that's better. That's got to be closer to 90 feet. 91 feet is her best jump this season so far. We'll take a deeper look into the scores from the year before. Her best jump the year before was an 84-foot jump. Look at some of the others, 88 feet. They're all about mid-high 80s. And pushing out the distance. Oh, my word, it's an 88-foot jump. 88 feet. That's about her best distance. So 88 feet. And that is puts her in the lead, 88 feet. Her best jump in the last 12 months, and it is a personal best of 91. That is Jasmine Gagne, ahead of Jade Hansen and the rest of the people on the leaderboard. We turn the page now to our next competitor. It's going to be Kerry McClure next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then, returning to continuing action of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships here at Mystic Lakes, coming to you live from Maize in Kansas, which is just a little ways north of Wichita. All right, we've got Kerry McClure. Best jump within the last 12 months was at last year's Nationals with 92 feet. In the Midwest Regionals, she's jumped 90. Up and over will just about land and ride that one out. That is Kerry McClure out of Scott in Ohio. in the Ohio State. She jumped 86. Would need something more than that to get among the leaders towards the top, especially Jasmine, who just jumped 88 feet. Distance, it's an 85-footer, 85 feet, so she's got some work to do. And with that, we'll take a quick pause and then we'll return with Kerry McClure's second attempt.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, working our way through. Tony Lightfoot. We've got women's 2 jump on the water at the moment. The men's master slalom, we've got the legendary Mike Morgan on the Lake 1 on the slalom lake. And check out that action right now. But if you're looking for jump, you've come to the right place with Kerry McClure barreling in on jump number 2. She's 85 feet to the best right now. So good, solid jump in there from Kerry McClure. The distance should be revealed to us in just a moment or so. If it's anything more than 88, then it will put her at least in the top 3 position on the podium. It's 90. She's on top of the rung right now with 2 competitors remaining. And that is Kerry McClure. And this is a pause, and we will go back to Kerry right after this. All right, here we go. Coming in on jump number 3. She's already in the lead with 90. And that one could be pushed out a little bit further than that distance if she lands and rides it out, which it is. Getting pulled in towards the bottom of the jump, the right-hand corner. A decent looking effort there. It's a 102. Wow. That much further for Kerry McClure. 102, that might end up being her personal best distance, and by extension, the first time that she's gone into triple digits. So, wow. Just taking a look at some of the distances she's recorded in the past. I'm looking at 2021. Let's have a look at 2020. 89 feet of best jump distance there. 2019. Looking at the jump distance there as well, but fantastic scoring there from Kerry McClure, who could have just gotten over 100 feet for the first time in her jumping career. All right, we've got Kayla Hursted, and we'll bring her in on jump number 1 next.
All right, final jumper now. Our final feet, our second to last jumper, I beg your pardon. It's going to be Nikki Weber. Nikki Weber, who comes to us from the Show Me State of Missouri. All right, so here we go. Let's have a look and see what Nikki Weber can do on the opener. Getting pulled in towards the bottom right-hand corner and just about holding it together. From Lake Lotawana in Missouri. We await the distance, taking a slow approach off the turn and then letting the boat kick in and help pull her in towards the bottom right-hand corner, where another additional edge will just keep her onto the ramp surface and allowing her to fly on jump number 1. We await the distance. It should be a 94-footer, which puts her in second spot right now, 94 feet. So we got Nikki Weber, and we'll be back right after this. Right. Returning to jumping action with Nikki Weber, who's already in second place with a 94-footer. Let's see what she's got on jump number 2. Good dose of speed and good flight there on the second of 3 attempts. Just doing a quick bit of research on Carrie McClure. That's not the first time that she's gone into triple digits. You'd have to look back to 2019, where she produced the same distance of 102 feet, and is actually marginally further with that jumper, recording in 2019 by 0.1 of a meter, but it's still a commendable distance of 102 feet, and it is enough for the lead and the target for our remaining competitors. Speaking of which, Nikki Weber, jump number 2. The distance coming up any moment now. It is a 97-footer that consolidates upon a second place ranking right now, and we'll return with Nikki Weber from Missouri right after these. All right, we'll continue on with our live footage. Nikki Weber here at the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Behind that Malibu towboat, and we thank Malibu and Mastercraft and Nautique very, very much indeed for continuing to support tournament water skiing, not only here at the Nationals, but at the regionals and every tournament held across the United States of America during this season and for many, many seasons up to this point. Here we go now. This is Nikki Weber. Late on this one, and I think she lost out a bit of distance because of that, just getting really stretched out towards the bottom of the ramp. So 97 feet on jump number 2, that's her best, but I doubt whether it's going to be longer than that. Just bit of a crush there and not too much extension off the top of the jump. It is Oh, and actually falling on that jump, as a matter of fact, so will not receive the distance. And there we go. 97 feet on jump number 2 is good enough for Nikki Weber to be in second spot at this time. Let's have a look at that leaderboard. The leaderboard should show that Kerry McClure has 102 feet in the lead and can finish no worse than second. Nikki Weber, currently second, can finish no worse than third. Jasmine Gagne, currently third and can finish no worse than fourth. And Jade Hansen, currently in fourth and is on that top 5 podium at the very least. All right, Kayla Herstad, our last female jumper of this 88th Goode Water Ski National Championships, right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, so here we go. Kayla Herstad is on the water right now. There you see the leaderboard. Those are the distances that she will challenge as she works her way towards the national jump title. Now, Kayla Herstad, who comes to us from Fort Wayne, Indiana, jumped 105 feet last season in women's 2 to snag that first place national jump title. In the Midwest Regional Championships, she jumped 100 meters dead for the win in women's 2 jump. So, the distance The target is a 102, so it's been very close to what she's been doing so far in distance. So she has to keep her wits about her. She's jumped here before as recently as the Midwest Regionals. As I mentioned, has jumped 100 feet. She needs to add at least 2 foot more onto that distance to take the win here. Let's see if she can do it on jump number 1. Ooh, and didn't like the approach on that one. Actually heard a little bit of a scream as she came off the top of the jump, just couldn't connect with it. The timing looked right. Turns in and drives on through and just basically laid an egg on jump number 1. Will get the distance. It's not going to be anywhere close to where she needs to be. She's got 2 more jumps to come. It's a 97-footer. 97 feet is one of the jumps, the furthest jump on Nikki Weber. Now, where does that put her so far for Kayla Hurstad? I'm going to take a quick look at the leaderboard because Nikki Weber jumped 97 and so has Kayla. Nikki Weber, it's a dead heat between the 2 of them. Nikki and Kayla are currently tied for 2nd place. If nothing else happens, then there could be a potential jump off. But Kayla has 2 more jumps remaining. So it might not have to resort to that. Let's see if Kayla Hurstad can conjure up a little over 5 feet of distance. That is what stands between her and the national jump title in women's 2. Here she comes. Up and over, that's better. That's certainly better in terms of distance. The question is it enough? Is it enough? Kerry McClure is still in the lead with a distance of 1:02. Good position, good stance off the second wake. And just allows the boat to kick her into that 5-foot high ramp with the boat speed at 54K. It's the quickest that the women could jump. Oh, it's 101. 101 feet. She's a little behind the 8 ball here going into the final jump. Let's take a look at that leaderboard one more time, please, because yes, it is 0.2 of a meter differential. 2/3 the length of a school ruler. Stands between Kayla Hurstad with 30.9 and Kerry McClure with 31.1 meters. So, final jump coming up. Has not taken this title yet. She is well and truly in 2nd place. She's moved up above Nikki Weber there. So all the placements from 3rd place and lower are set. The question is, what can Kayla do to change the positions between 1 and 2? Up and over. Is that enough? Is that enough? So, Kayla Hurstad bringing it down to the wire in this final women's category of jumps for the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. So up on top of the water on her skis after landing. The distance is going to be revealed.
You know what, dude? That's crazy.
It's going to be around that area of a 101, maybe 102. We're awaiting the distance. The metric distance she's looking. It's 1:03. She's won the national title on the very last jump. And takes it by 0.3 of a meter. Let's have a look at the distance. Kayla Hurstead, 31.4 for 103. 0.3 of a meter behind, 31.1 for 102 feet, Kerry McClure. Nikki Weber in third, Jasmine Gagne in fourth, and Jade Hansen in fifth. That represents the last action that we see among our women in the jump competition. All right, we're going to take a brief pause, and then we'll go on to the very last category of jumps in this national championship. Men's one jump coming up next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
Since 1971, we've been pushing limits, dreaming up new ways to further what's possible. Never stopping until we have the most powerful and dependable inboard engine on the market. For a half century, we've powered countless wakes, endless smiles, and limitless potential. We will never stop leading, never stop pushing, and never stop dreaming. Indmar Marine Engines, pushing forward for the next 50 years and counting.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, returning to action. This is our final jump event. Men's one jump. And the skier on the water right now getting ready to go. He is a native here in Maize in Kansas. It is Eli Staver. I think he's going to take a not a three-quarter cut, but just a straight-up single. He's jumped 71 feet before as recently as the Midwest Regionals this past week. And up and lands the first attempt of 3. And good solid effort there. Good landing, good looking jump. We'll see what Eli has in store for us distance-wise. And it is a 62-footer, 62 feet on the opening jump. And we'll see the remaining jumps right after this. Here we are. We got Eli Staver, 62 foot, jump number 2 coming right up. Up and over, we'll ride that one out and tight lines it. Jumped 42 feet last season to finish 23rd in the boys 5 event. So in his first season of men's 1. I think doing substantially better. It is Eli Staver. And good solid effort. We'll wait the jump distance as he makes his way alongside the ramp. It's 64 feet as he gets towards his best distance of the season, which is 71. And we'll see if he can do that right after these. Eli Staver, jump number 3. And collapses in on that landing, falls on that one. Tried to try and get as much out of that jump as he can. Realized that without a 3/4 cut, it probably wouldn't. It's probably limited so far as the distance he could jump on a single. But there you go. Fall on jump number 3 will go on with Matthew Leach. And he'll be our jumper next. All right, second skier up of the 12 remaining skiers that have yet to jump here in men's one in the national championships. This is Matthew Leach. Here we go, Matthew Leach, jump number 1. He's jumped as long as 75 feet. I think that one is going to be a fairly soft approach and landing. And the distance should reflect that. So Matthew Leach in the South Central Regionals this time around. He placed in 6th in men's one jump with a distance of 67 feet. We'll see if he gets anywhere closer with that distance. Distance coming up on the screen right now. It's a 44-footer, 44 feet. And we'll see if he can go longer than that with the remaining jumps next. All right, so we've got Matthew Leach. Decent edge all the way through the surface, and that one should be a little bit better there for Matthew Leach. Working his way through with a little bit of a squat on the landing, but that's fine. As long as he gets the skis up underneath by the time it comes around for him to stand. 44 feet. All right, here we go. Okay, looks like we're going to have to talk this out a little bit, and we will be returning to his third and last jump possibly right after.
Get down to business, tell everyone, nothing's off limits, you can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, so coming in on his third and last attempt, that previous attempt yielded a 66-footer, which is about average so far as his jump distances go, at least within the last 12 months. Here we go. Oh no, what happened here? Okay, that's unusual. We'll go back and pick him up and find out what's occurring next. All right then, coming in on jump number 3, we had 1 or 2 issues with the DVR on the jump measurement system. So having detected that early, we aborted his original attempt on jump number 3 in favor of this jump, which he lands and rides out. There you go. Took a second attempt there to get up back on top of the water after landing that third and last jump officially. The distance coming up is a 68-footer, which after 2 jumps represents the lead score. There he is. 20.7 meters, or 68 feet. All right, we will return right after these.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40. Yeah.
right, here we go. Harrison Hartzler. Taking a good dig at that jump there and lands that one successfully. Harrison Hartzler, who comes to us out of Lawrence in Kansas, just down the road here from the Wichita area. And Harrison, who jumped 80 feet in the Kansas State Championship. Back that up with a distance of exactly the same jump, save for about 0.1 of a meter difference between the two. So consistent around the 80-foot mark. We'll see what he does on jump number 1. We've got the distance, and doesn't get much better than that, does it? It's an 80-foot jump, and additionally, it is 24.5 meters, which means it's his best jump of the season by 10 centimeters. And we'll return with Harrison Hartzler right after this.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
All right, here we go. Harrison Hartzler. Up and over. Jump number 2. And up and over, and we'll land and ride that one out. I think that's going to be around about the same distance, around about 80 feet. Jumping 24.5 meters exactly on jump number 1. All right, then, it's a new PB, at least so far as this season is concerned. In the last 12 months, he's jumped 84 feet right now, and he's stoked with that. So just looking at some of the distances that he produced over the last few seasons. And yeah, that is his personal best, at least based upon the information that I have sourced from scorebooks going all the way back to 2005. So 84 feet, and that jump actually represents the lead after 3 competitors. So here we go, Harrison Hartzler. Jump number 3. 80 and 84 feet respectively. This one. Ooh, good little float there on top of that jump. Nicely done. So good skiing there from Harrison Hartzler out of Lawrence in Kansas. Oh, you definitely use the pull from the boat to great effect there, coming off the top. The boat being the Mastercraft Pro Star with the 6.2 liter Ilmore engine. Got plenty of grunt for our jumpers, that much I can tell you. Oh my word, 90 feet. That's the first time he's gone over 90 feet in competition. So let's have a look at the leaderboard. All right, Harrison Hartzler, 27.3, 90 feet, has opened up a 22-foot lead. And we'll see what the rest of our competitors can do, starting with Luke Tim, coming up next.
all eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission.
right then, here we go. This is Luke Tim. And the pass is up around the ramp. Coming to us out of Center City in Minnesota. He sinks in after jump number 1, and we'll go on and take a break. All right then, we'll continue to go forwards with our skier on the water. It's Luke Tim. Luke Tim coming in on jump number 2. Oh, and collapses in on the landing, looking for a little bit more distance, and passing up on jump number 1, as a matter of fact. So Luke Tim passing on jump number 1, falling on jump number 2. Is going to come down to whatever he produces on jump number 3 to constitute his best distance, his only distance. Would have been 107 feet had he have landed it, but it will not go down as that score because he failed to ride out that jump. Back in a few moments.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
Then, so Luke Tim, pass on jump number 1, fall on jump number 2. He's got 1 attempt remaining to throw a score out there. All right, here we are. Luke Tim.
He's jumped 99 feet already this season. That was via the regional championships just this past week, right here at Mystic Lakes. Up and over, ooh, just about lands it. Yes, good sound effort there for Luke Tim. Still pushing into the jump. And good effort, lands. Ooh. Don't see too many of those. All right, so Luke Tim will go into the dock and will register a score associated to that distance. Here it is. It's a 97-footer, 97 feet. It's the lead distance, courtesy of Luke Tim. Trey Snell coming to us next. Don't go away.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, returning to the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships right here at Mystic Lakes, just outside of Maize in Kansas, a suburb of Wichita, right in the middle of Sedgwick County. Here we are. Jump number one. Oh, good lift. Yep, he's excited about that. Good sizable effort. Distance is an 80, actually a 98-foot jump, 98-foot jump on jump number one. We'll rejoin him in just a few moments. Here we go. Trey Snell, jump number two. He's going to take a three-quarter cut here. Skier for the Moccasins of Florida Southern College. Ooh, good strike at that jump there. A 98-footer on jump number one. I surmise that one is going to be a heck of a lot further. Trey Snell, who jumped at the Lake Pryor ski party and jumped 107 feet in the Tennessee States. He jumped 103. Those were the only distances over 100 feet that he's registered in the last 12 months.
But good effort there, Trey Snell. Yes, he's happy. And there's good reason, because it's 106 feet, 106. Just 1 foot shy of his best jump of the season. Trey Snell will be coming back in for jump number 3 once he's made this turn around the island. And a good reminder there to subscribe to the YouTube channel, the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Thereby you can interact with us on the live chat, and also be informed as to when new live events go live. Here we go. This is Trey Snell. 106. Can he do more? He's going to be a little early coming off the lip of the ramp. Throws his fist. Certainly enjoying himself out there. So good fist pump there. Up off the ramp into the landing. There you go. All right, then we await the distance. Okay, it's 104, so a little less, but a 106 isn't too bad. It's at least good enough for the lead. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard with 8 skiers remaining. Trey Snell with 106, Luke Tim with a 97, and Harrison Hartzler representing the top 3 right now with 90 feet. And we'll be back with Samuel Weber right after this.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right then, folks, working our way towards the concluding action of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and a pleasure to have your company, not only today but also for the past 6 days of action, which has also included the America's Cup Invitational Tournament. And you can watch all of this action again, because all of the skiing action has been archived onto YouTube, and you can go to the particular player that pertains to the performance that you're looking to find, and just scroll forwards and backwards until you find exactly what you want to watch. Jump on number 1, Samuel Weber. So turns away, and we'll coming into the jump for the first time of 3. And a good solid effort there. So taking an early approach there on jump number 1, just to make sure he slapped the skis down and got a landing. And the jump distance any moment now should be revealed. And yes, it's 117 feet. It's 117, and 117 feet is good enough for the lead with 7 skiers remaining. We'll return to him one after this.
All eyes on the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step. I got a
Returning to action on the water in men's one jump. The 8th-seeded jumper. And has jumped well in excess of what is produced in the Midwest Regionals, because in those Regionals Championships, Sam Weber jumped 107. He's already jumped 117. There you go, and that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? With the camera over the ramp and also tracking the jumper out towards the landing zone from both the side and underneath the ramp. So Samuel Weber, 107 feet, 107. 32.7 meters. Even that would have been his best jump of the season had it not been for the 117-foot jump. And we'll be back right after this. Back on once again. Sam Weber out of Lincoln in Nebraska. Nicely done. Oh, and good looking jump there on jump number 3. Very close to the top left-hand corner, but still had enough kick and still had enough speed to make something of that attempt. Just driving on through off the second wake. Just got set to just absolutely unleash the beast there on jump number 3. 117 feet on jump number 1. And let's have a look and see what this distance is. It's 110, so hottest on the first, and it is a new personal best for Sam Weber. Let's have a look and see how that stacks on the leaderboard. There he is, right up top. An 11-foot lead ahead of Trey Snell. And Luke Tim now in 3rd place with his jump distance of 97. Back right after this. All right, our jumper on the water, and I believe the recently crowned men's 1 national slalom champion. It's Cade Stockstill. Cade Stockstill out of the South Central region. Out of KT in Texas, Cade Stockstill. All right, so Cade, his best jump this season has been at the All-Stars at 110, and he just sizing up the ramp for the second and third jumps. That is Cade Stockstill.
coming to us out of the city of Katy in Texas, which is on the west side of the huge metropolis that is Houston. Good dose of speed there on the opening jump. This should be, yeah, it's about 107 feet, 107, which is his third longest jump of the season. Southern Regionals was his second best jump of the season with a distance of 108. So there we go. That is a cage stock still, 107 feet and 2 jumps remaining. And 6 competitors to remain after him. So it'll be a little bit of a while before we can start determining the possible medal placements. Here comes State. Oh, this is a late approach of a single cut. And just about manages to ride that one out. Kate Stockstill, who I believe skis for the University of Alabama. And up, and a good, powerful lift off the top of the jump. So now, Cade Stockstill has one final brace, one final salvo. 1:03, so actually losing out on distance on jump number 2. So let's see if he can get some thrust off the top of the jump, get some more lift, and continuing for the landing. Here we go, Cade Stockstill. Third and last attempt. He's been consistently over 100 feet in the last few tournaments. We will see. Always that this is an earlier approach. He's going to kick the snot out of this one. But just couldn't get enough of his skis underneath him to really take full advantage of that increased height. Started to roll up over his skis and didn't like the sound of that, so he rocked back and still continued to ride out that jump. The distance should be known very, very soon. That it's Cade Stockstill. It's 1:08. It is the best jump that he's produced, and I believe that's enough to put him in second spot at this time. Let's have a quick look at that. Sam Weber with a 1:17. Cade Stockstill 9 feet further. 9 feet, actually 9 feet behind. Trey Snell with a 1:06. And Luke Tim and Harrison Hartzler rounding off the final 2 podium positions at this time with fourth and 5th. All right, now we're coming down to our final 6 competitors. Daniel Prochaska next. Here is, on the water, Daniel Prochaska. Jump. Oh, early. Oh, man alive. Early as you like on that jump. And we're taking a look at this again. I don't think he even looked at the jump prior to a turn to assess how early it was going to be. But there we go, from Palace Heights in Illinois. That is Daniel Prochaska, and we will see him coming up next with his remaining. All right, here we are. We've got, what is it, 6 more competitors to go before we round off the U.S. National Championships, the 80th edition, title sponsored by Goode. Got 6 more competitors to end off the festivities on Lake 2. All right, Daniel Prochaska. Palo Heights in Illinois. This one, I think, is going to be considerably later. Yes, it is. Look at this off the second wake. There you go. Good dose of speed. A lot later, and feels the benefits of taking a lot more speed and more conducive angle off the top of the jump. There you go. Into the jump. Good action there off the turn through the wakes. We'll get the distance. I suspect this one could well be the lead. Yes, it is indeed the lead. So with 5 competitors to go after him, Daniel Prochaska has just set the stall and set the distance that it will take to quite possibly put one of the next 5 skiers in a position where they will stand on the podium. So, what do we have? Okay, in the Illinois States, he jumped 135, which means that this 136-foot jump is his best jump within the last 12 months. He skied in the Midwest Regionals. He jumped 126 by comparison. That was just a few days ago, and that was right here at Mystic Lakes in Maize, Kansas. Daniel Prochaska. Pass on jump number 1 because he was too early. Takes 136 leap on jump number 2. And on that one, he had the speed, but doesn't quite have the full connection. However, it could yield a distance, and we will find out what that is in just a mo. All right. That last jump will be probably, yes, it's a 139, already into personal best territory and still going on strong. 139 feet for Daniel Prochaska out of Palace Heights in Illinois. There is Daniel right up there at the lead with a 139, so he's already gotten a jump distance of a lead of 22
feet ahead of Sam Weber and Kate Stockstill in third. 5 jumpers to come, the first of which is Colin Frushi. Next.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that like tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. You know, I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.
All right, returning from Hanover in Massachusetts, skied in the Eastern Regional Championships and jumped 140 feet. This is Colin Frushi. Colin Frushi. Let's see if he can get to work. Here he comes, jump number 1 for Colin. Ooh, gotten pulled over the tips of his skis, couldn't kick any more than that, otherwise it could have been curtains for him. On top of which he approached the jump a little bit earlier than he intended to. Handle brings it down to the hip, so right off the chest. Here you go, and just opens up his chest and comes into landing in the safest way possible. The jumper being shown the distances, and it is a 137. 137. We'll take a break. Y'all come back. Here we are, returning to action. We've got Colin Frushi out of Massachusetts. Here he is. On jump number 2. Oh, good solid jump in there. Jumped 137. And he has jumped in excess of 150 feet on previous occasions. He jumped 140 at the Eastern Regional Championships to place second in the men's 1 competition. Good solid line off the boat. Things should be pretty peachy from here on out for Colin Frushi. Yep. Got bogged down a little bit, was able to land and ride that jump out. The distance for Colin Frushi with 4 competitors remaining and 1 jump remaining. Should be able to see that. That is a 138 or 42.2, and it's 1 foot shy of the lead. We'll return right after this.
Try match play at bplayfield.com.
All right, here we go. 1 final jump for Colin Frushi. He's already taken the lead. He's already in second place and could take the lead with that jump. If it is indeed 139, which we might suspect that it is. So Colin Frushi with a 138 on jump number 2. Trying to chase down that lead jump distance of a 139 from Daniel Prochaska. All right, then, pushing out. It's a 137, so it was close, but no cigar for Colin Frushi out of the Bay State of Massachusetts. Yes, indeed. Daniel Froshaska in the lead with a 139. He is 0.3 of a meter ahead of Colin Frushi with a 138. Samuel Weber on 117, about 22 foot further back. All right, we're down to our final 4 jumpers, the first of which is Garnett Fowler. He is about to leave the dock, and once he takes his, just before his first jump, we will rejoin him next. All right, and skier on the water out of the bluegrass state of Kentucky. This is Garnett Fowler, who's been training pretty much all summer long over at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana. This is men's 1 jump. We've got 4 more competitors. We have Hunter Duffy, Zach Butterfield and Benjamin Lutz coming up right after Garnett. Garnett, who's from Crestwood in Kentucky, which is a suburb of Louisville, which is in the northern part of that state in Jefferson County. Here we go. This is coming in. Garnett Fowler. Oh, soft approach up to the wakes, and then he just bore down hard. Almost getting pulled into the bottom right-hand corner. But using that good position off that turn and just driving it on home. It is Garnett Fowler on jump number 1. Then from about there, then just really just batten down his edges. And the distance should be pretty far. Question is, how far is it going to be? He needs a distance in excess of 139 to at least secure his place in the top 4, and he's done it. He's your new leader with a 155. So 3 skiers to go after him, and Garnett Fowler is in the lead, so he'll finish no worse than 4th. But he wants to contribute a little bit more in terms of distance that would at least throw down a significant challenge to the likes of Hunter Duffy and Zach Butterfield, and our number 1 seed in the men's 1 jump, Benjamin Lutz. Here he goes, jump number 2. There you go, good flight off the top, well held together. Lands and rides it out. Should be there and thereabouts in the 150-foot range. And just rocking it off the second wakes and just using the boat's power, the Mastercraft towboat. Good. Very well with the chest and the shoulders. All right, here we go. What's the distance? It's going to be revealed to us very, very soon. Is this going to be over 155 feet, or is it going to be a little bit behind? It's a 139, 139, so he's got 1 jump left. He's already in the lead. That much we know. But does he have anything left in the tank to go over 160 feet? Well, I can tell you, so far as his jumping is concerned this season in the Kentucky State, he jumped a 156, backed that up with a 154, and then a 145 at Louisiana Night Jam. He jumped 145 feet. Here we go, right here, right now. This is Garrett Fowler. Nice! Connects with that jump. That's got to be close to his previous best jump distance of a 155. Throwing the hammer down. How far does it land? Good solid turn. The edge was absolutely exquisite. The jump, the distance. Is it close to 160? The distance, oh, it's a 158. It is bigger. It is most certainly bigger. And it is 2 foot longer than what he's done in the last 12 months. Garnett Fowler with a 158 or 48.1. Daniel Prochaska with his jump of 42.5 for 139. Marginally further than Colin Frucci with a 138. We're down to our final three. Hunter Duffy takes to the water. Next. All right, so Hunter Duffy has got his work cut out for him with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson. Zane Nicholson has the slalom. I have the jump. And earlier on, we ended off the tricks event in fine style as well. Hunter Duffy, best jump of the season just this past week, with 150 feet at the Midwest Regionals. He's got to go at least 8 foot further to take the lead, and crashed in to the paddling zone in the property adjacent to the ramp. Didn't fancy taking that jump, but not able to control the pass on that leap. We'll pluck him out of the water and we'll take him in for his second jump next. All right, so continuing to go right along. We've got our three boat suppliers who we heavily appreciate for their efforts. We've got the likes of Nautica, Malibu, and Mastercraft, which is pulling this event, the men's one jumping competition. With that 6.2 litre Ilmore engine, providing more than enough power for these athletes in men's one. Here comes Hunter Duffy. Pass on jump number 1. No, oh no! Oh my word! How on earth did he escape that? Harry Houdini is alive and well. Whew. We expect drama in the men's 1 jumping competition, always, with every single national championships which passes. But, ooh, it's a good job that he held onto that handle, otherwise he would have landed slap bang on his right side. All right, so a pass and a fall on 2 consecutive jumps, and we'll return with Hunter Duffy in just a moment. All right then, well, tell you what, it's coming down to the wire, folks, with the men's 1 jumping competition. 158 feet. There is your leaderboard. Garnett Fowler can finish no worse than 3rd. Daniel Prochaska can finish no worse than 4th. And Colin Frucci is assured of a place in the top 5 podium positions. Let's have a look and see. Coming in, jump number 3 for Hunter Duffy. Up off the jump, can he ride it out? Yes, yes, yes. So Hunter Duffy, whose best jump of the season is 150 feet. Can he put himself in the top 5? We have 2 jumpers remaining on this list. Is this jump enough to put the heat on them? Hunter Duffy. He has had form at this site before because the Midwest Regionals just took place last week. What is the jump distance? Is it enough to get over Garnett Fowler, who has the lead with a 158? 138, 138 feet. Let's have a look at that leaderboard. That puts him 4th with 2 competitors remaining. So, we got 2 competitors remaining. The top 3 at this time are Garnett Fowler, Daniel Prochaska, and Colin Frucci. Those 3 are guaranteed a spot on the podium because with 2 competitors to go and 5 spots, that's how math works. Zach Butterfield is our penultimate competitor. His 3 jumps are coming to you next. Welcome back. We got Zach Butterfield out of Sherman in Texas. About ready to go. Zach Butterfield, who's jumped so far this season 178 feet at the Cedar Creek July record. In the South Central Regional Championships, he's gone 166 feet. So he has form, and he is capable of taking the title. Here he comes. Oh, and off the turn, and saw more white than red coming across the second wake. So he decided to let go and ski round the bottom left-hand corner.
Would certainly appear to be a wasted jump there from Zach Butterfield. But the information that he yielded from this attempt could well do him better in the long run. And that long run starts with the second of 3 attempts from Zach Butterfield, coming up to you momentarily. All right, returning to live action. We've just seen Zach Butterfield pass up on jump number 1. Here he comes on jump number 2. Let's see what he's got. Sets himself up for jump number 2. Probably wouldn't want to go as late as that this time around. Let's see what he's got. Jump number 2. Oh, there we go. And I think that might be enough to take the lead. Certainly came in with a lot of speed. Is that enough for the lead? We just have to confirm that, but he came in with a lot of speed. Didn't get that much height to send that additional speed into the jump into a much longer trajectory. Again, a lot of cheering from the shore side. Again, a little bit of a split on the ramp. That may have cost him a bit of distance. Shaking his fist there. The distance will be coming through as a 175, 175 feet. Wonderful skiing there. 175 feet is only 3 foot shy of what he's jumped as his best this season. So 175. We'll continue to stay with the action all the way through to the dramatic conclusion of the men's 1 jumping competition. It's a 175 from Zach Butterfield out of Sherman in Texas. Here we go, Zach Butterfield. He's also a collegiate skier within the South Central region. Let's see what he has. Trying to not lose too much of his water speed going into this turn. Drives it on home. There you go. And I don't know about that one. He definitely had the speed, but he just didn't quite have the snappiness off the top of the jump. Left a lot of that jump behind him, as a matter of fact. It certainly looked impressive, and probably that jump by itself would have taken the lead away from our previous competitor in the form of Garnett Fowler. But here is Zach Butterfield coming up off the jump. Again, a little bit pulled off the top. And you come in to land. His best jump is a 175. Certainly came in with a lot of heat and landed in with a lot of heat. And it's a 172. As I said, that jump by itself would have taken the lead. Okay, we are down to our final competitor in these championships. There you see the leaderboard. Those are the distances that he's trying to pick off one by one. Zach Butterfield, 175, the top of which the distance that Benjamin Luce has got to attack for the win, coming up next.
All right, the last action of day 7 of these national championships, the 80th Goode National Water Ski Championships. It comes down to 3 jumps for Benjamin Lutz to determine the destiny of the Men's 1 National Jump Championship. Ben Lutz, a graduated student out of the University of Alabama, has taken up an employment position in Ohio in the aerospace industry. Obviously not leaving him with an awful lot of time to practice and to keep his eye in so far as the jumping event is concerned. The lead distance is 175 feet. He has jumped over 180 feet in competition so far this season. He's jumped 183 feet in the Midwest Regionals, which took place less than 7 days ago. Here he comes. Look at that, and that might just do it. That might just be enough for the win. And we'll find out in just a moment or so. We'll take a look at the instant replay. And it just looked oh so easy for him. Turns in, just sets the position, does not move until he actually hits the jump and extends off the top. Benjamin Lutz lands and skis it away. The distance, winner with a 182. 182 has taken the win by 10 feet. So the names on that list of on the leaderboard will not change. Benjamin Lutz right there at the top, ahead of Zach Butterfield, ahead of Garnett Fowler, ahead of Daniel Prochaska, and ahead of Colin Frucci. The only difference now that it possibly exists is that final number. Could it just stay at 182, or will it increase? All right, coming down to the final 2 jumps of this 80th Goode Water Ski National Championship. We have been absolutely treated to a fine, fine performance from our jumpers in Men's 1, especially from Ben Lutz, who has just unleashed a 182 on jump number 1 for the win. Does he come through with a bigger distance? On jump number 2, left his left ski behind him. Probably didn't get everything out of that jump. Behind that Mastercraft towboat with the 6.2 liter Ilmor engine, producing in excess of 460 pounds of torque. Coming in. Look at this. Was very conscious of the fact that the left ski was behind him. Otherwise, he would have pushed that jump out further with a little bit of increased press. Distance coming through. Whoa, actually that jump ended up being further with a 189, and that is almost equivalent to his best jump of the season. So, So 57.5 meters was the metric on that jump distance. So coming in, the final action of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships on Lake 2 with the jumping event. Coming in, Benjamin Lutz with a 189 or 57.5 meters. But he's already jumped further this season with 57.6, 10 centimeters further. Here he comes. Let's see what he's got. Can he go over 190? Not on this jump. He'll be a little bit bummed with that, but he does win the national jump title in men's one with a 1.89. Let's take a look at this once again. Gets out nice and wide, flattens off the skis, just trying not to edge too much to rob himself of water speed. And just turns, didn't feel like taking it, just didn't feel 100% comfortable. And that will bring to a conclusion the activity on Lake 2 of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. The final leaderboard that we throw up on the screen. With Benjamin Lutz, your winner with a 1.89. Zach Butterfield, 1.75. Garnet Fowler with a 1.58. Daniel Prochaska with a 1.39. And in fifth place in the final position on the podium is Colin Frucci with that distance. Well, that's it for another year. Fantastic skiing all the way throughout. Great skiing and great broadcasting from TWBC, led by Vincent Stadelbauer on the 1s and 2s, John Waldron, Will Falcon, Jerome Scholl, Trey Melton, Kelvin Kelm, Connor Pauly, with social media assistance from Michaela Luzzeri and more technical assistance courtesy of James Timothy. We've had the talents here of Zane Nicholson and still continuing to call the events in the slalom event. My name is Tony Leifert, and on the behalf of everyone here who has contributed to delivering these pictures to everyone around the world, this is the conclusion of the 80th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And on behalf of everyone at TWBC, and indeed the sponsors and the supporters that you read down here, from Goode, from Conley, from D3, from Eagle, from Radar, from Syndicate, from OJ Props, to USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Ski Safe Insurance, Visit Central Florida, not the least of which we get the support from the boat companies Nautic, Malibu, and Mastercraft. On behalf of all of those entities and all of those that I've just mentioned, it is ciao for now.
On the internet nowadays and social media, there's bits and pieces about how to get better, but there was never a program that tied everything together.
I was looking for something I could do mainly on the off season so that when I started skiing in the spring, I didn't feel like I was hit by a truck.
My mobility is better, I'm less sore. I felt like I was a 50-year-old that was closer to 60. Now I feel like I'm a 50-year-old that's kind of closer to 40.